6 p.m. and a quorum is present and the meeting has been duly called and posted in the time and manner required by law. I would like to invite Carol Ferris, Ministry Coordinator at Child Evangelism Fellowship, to open the meeting with a prayer and lead the audience in the pledges to the American and Texas flag. Carol.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please join me in prayer. Dear Lord God, we come before you tonight with humble and grateful hearts. We are so grateful for your many blessings, for life, for breath, for our health, for our families, and the purposeful work that you've given each of us to do. We lift up all of the schools in Lubbock ISD for the security and safety of the children, faculty, and staff. Please inspire each teacher to teach with excellence and for the children to learn what they need to be good citizens and to be successful adults. We pray for the administration throughout the district that each one would be blessed with focus, health, energy, and wisdom. And we lift up each member of this school board who gives of their time and skills to make LISD an excellent place to work and to be educated. May they continually seek your guidance and your wisdom, for you are merciful and gracious to give us what we need when we ask. All of these things we pray in the precious and holy name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Ferris. We appreciate you being here, delivering those words. Before we move into the next item, I would like to ask if anybody here needs sign language interpretation. If you do, please raise your hand so that we can accommodate that. Okay, thank you. The next order of business is citizen comments. Before we begin, I would like to review the provisions in board policy governing the procedures for public participation as reflected in BED Local. The audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on the matters being considered by the board. I will remind members of the board that the citizen comments section of our board meeting is for the purpose of listening to patrons, but we are not allowed to comment or debate on issues that are not posted. No presentation shall exceed 3 minutes, and a timer will go off at the completion of 3 minutes. I would ask that you conclude your comments within the time limit allowed. As I call your name, if you would come to the podium and state your name for the record. Susan Sparks.
Good evening. My name is Susan Sparks, and I am here in support of Harwell Elementary, where both of my children are transfer students. I know that our school has been bounced around through discussions of phases and is not completely off the list for future consolidations, but I wanted you to know who we are as a school in a community, and also show my face as I am often the one sending you emails that I know you have loved to hear and read. Something I challenge each of the trustees to do is to come and experience the community feeling and the culture of Harwell beyond our community meetings. Because although you get a really good idea of the love and passion that we have, we want to show you why that love and passion is like so deep in our hearts. Time doesn't allow for me to elaborate on the wonderful things of Harwell this evening, but I do want to touch on the importance of Harwell remaining in its current location. The location where we reside, east of the interstate, allows the Hispanic culture of Harwell to continue supporting its two main programs that set it apart from all other LISD schools, the dual language program and ballet folklorico. These programs cannot be established well in the community neighborhoods that do not have the cultural influence and knowledge of these programs. While you will continue to hear quantitative data, we believe all the qualitative data is equally as important. We also have some ideas that we would love to present not only to the school board, but with our administration on ways to better improve finances and attendance for Harwell as a whole. I look forward to those opportunities for collaboration, and I look forward to seeing you guys at Harwell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Natalie Paras. Paras? Badas, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Badas. I live in Friendship ISD, and I'm the proud mother of a transfer student in the 4th grade at Harwell Elementary School. I want to take this opportunity to address you this evening and to advocate for the importance of Harwell. As you know, LASD mission statement is to nurture, develop, and inspire every child every day. Harwell Elementary is a true example of this mission statement. I have witnessed our teachers working hard to develop, nurture, and inspire our children at this school. From the diversity of our student body in the dual language program and the children in the traditional curriculum, the various clubs and extracurricular activities that our staff work extra hard to support, our unique ballet folklorico program taught by the amazing Mrs. Stewart and her assistant Mrs. Camacho not only adds to the culture, but enhances the overall community of Lubbock. The ballet folklorico dancers from Harwell have attended parades of the city of Lubbock and had opportunities to travel to other elementary schools to expose them and educate them about our rich Hispanic culture. This diverse school is an asset to Lubbock ISD. I encourage the board members to come to our upcoming Christmas concert where our choir and our ballet folklorico dancers will be featured, if you can get a seat. Seats fill up very fast because we support our singers and our dancers. Please come and experience our school and culture before making decisions that affect our children and our community. I'd also like to advocate for our unique dual language program. I am also the proud mother of a Harwell alumni student that received high school credit for Spanish 1 going to the 6th grade. I know and have experienced that this program works and was imperative for my daughter's success. She is now bilingual and continues to strive because of the quality of the dual language program she attended. I've had the opportunity to work in the schools at LASD for more than 10 years. I have more experience than other parents may have working for the schools because of my profession. With all the knowledge and experiences at different Lubbock ISD schools, I choose Harwell Elementary School. I chose Harwell specifically for the 90-10 dual language program, the environment, and the culture. I believe in this program and these teachers so much. I see the results. And I'm proud that my children are bilingual. I know it will serve them well in the future. I know many other families that transfer within and outside of LASD that chose the quality of this dual language program specifically. Many parents spoke out in 2018 when our program was targeted and attempted to change our dual language program. We spoke out when they attempted to move our students. We will continue to fight because our school is an asset to this community, and our school continues to help nurture, develop, and inspire our children, and our children deserve that just as much as any other child at LASD. Thank you for your time.
Maritza Gamboa Ferraro.
My name is Maritza Gamboa Ferraro. I live in Wilford, Texas, and I have 2 students in Harwell Elementary. Last Tuesday, I was here passing out flyers with Harwell students, and today I'm here speaking as a parent. I'm a product of LISD, Friendship and Texas Tech University. Back in the 90s, while getting my history and Spanish degree at Tech, I remember reading a paper study on how Jewish families were able to keep their religion and culture alive, and the paper described the similarities and application of the Spanish bilingual program. For my interpretation of that research and being bilingual, I intentionally chose Harwell for their 90-10 program. My cousin, she's a dear sister to me, was a teacher there for 14 years and had her daughter attend the program. My thinking was, if the educator in our family chose Harwell for her child, then I'm gonna do the same thing. Harwell's like family. It's not perfect. No institution or family is. What I do know is that my children will get the emotional intelligence needed for society. Over 60% of Harwell enrollment is from transfer students like my 2 children. Population decline will continue. LISD can ensure students by keeping the program where it's located and expanding it. Do you know that the majority of the teachers from Ramita's Spanish immersion program came from Harwell? It would not be a surprise since Harwell is the oldest bilingual program in Lubbock and it works. If you look at the 2024 Family Engagement Survey dashboard results from Harwell, the top 3 strengths that Harwell parents felt from the district were safe and secure learning environment, caring staff, and effective communication. District leadership was the second to last strength with 17% approval rate. Only 45% of Harwell parents would recommend this district to a friend or colleague. On the question, how would you rate the overall educational experience of your children? 8.59 out of 10. This survey explains the disparity of the trust that parents have of the school versus the distrust of the district. The problem is that the district's solution in consolidating or closing schools is not affecting everyone equally. It's affecting predominantly Hispanic populations. In the last few years, majority of the school closures are around the same area of Lubbock. The question I asked Gonzalez at our community meeting on Veterans Day was how many of these community meetings from the district did he attend or did the district have from any school on the west side? Any school from the south side? He could not answer that. All I know is majority of, if not all the meetings on LISD community meetings with a PowerPoint presentation were in predominantly Hispanic population areas. This contradicts the LISD mission statement to nurture, develop, and inspire every child every day. Seems this does not apply to our children that live or go to school in the north and east side of Lubbock. Instead of discussing how the district level should close our school, the only bilingual program in the east side, we should discuss how we should expand this program. We need to start an open dialogue on how the district can enhance the school and how the district can promote this program. Families that transfer to Harwell, like myself, we know about this program from family and friends. It has never been promoted on the district level. That needs to change. I am passing out the family engagement survey for your review and the change.org petition and comments from the parents. We're still fighting for our school and we're not going anywhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Here, I can take them and get them out for you. Yes. Thank you so much.
Next is Sulin Ruiz. Is there anyone in the overflow, or is it just in here? Oh, are you Sulin Ruiz? Ruiz? Yes. Oh, that's not. I'm sorry. Maybe it didn't. Okay.
Good evening, esteemed members of the school board. I stand before you today to advocate for the continued operation of our beloved elementary school, Hodges Elementary, a school that not only meets but exceeds the standards you set for success. Closing our school would not just be a logistical decision, it would be a disservice to the children, families, and communities who rely on it. Let me begin with a fact that we can all celebrate. Our school has achieved and maintained a B rating. Your stated goal as a district is for every school to be rated A or B. By closing a school that aligns with your mission, are we not undermining the very goals that we aspire to achieve? Meanwhile, the other schools you want to combine us with struggle to even maintain a C. Instead of closing a successful school, why not combine resources and bring another school into our building? Imagine the ripple effect. Our proven strategies and culture of success could serve as a blueprint to lift up struggling schools. What we are doing is working. So why not expand it rather than eliminate it? Our specialists also give Hodges a reason to celebrate. Coach Eberhard, our PE teacher, meets after school twice a week to promote his love of running by coaching our students in cross country and track. At our most recent meet, we ranked 5th out of all of our elementary schools. Mrs. Arias, our librarian, has raised $46,564 through grants and donations for the library over the past several years. Our music specialist, Mrs. Kylie McCutcheon, was our Quadrant Teacher of the Year in 2024. Our school is more than just its academic standing. It is a safe haven for our children to grow and learn. This year alone, we've had only 9 office referrals, just 9, and that's a testament to the safe, nurturing, and structured environment our staff creates every single day. You stated that you want to do what's best for kids. What could be better than providing a place where children not only achieve academically, but also feel secure and valued? Closing the school would disrupt the lives of students, many of whom thrive because of the stability and the community that we provide. Research consistently shows that school closures disproportionately impact children from marginalized backgrounds, widening achievement gaps rather than closing them. By keeping our school open, you are not just preserving a building, you're protecting a community and securing a brighter future for our students. Some of you may not know where Hodges is located. We invite you to come and see Hodges in action. We're at 5001 Avenue P, right across the street from the Cocoa Corner. Our school embodies LISD's mission of every child, every day, and values it by doing what's best for kids. And
Thank you. Maria Brito.
I am a proud product of Owell Slayton, Hodges, and Harwell. My sister and I had the privilege of attending Harwell back when my parents lived on East 37th Street in a 2-bedroom duplex. I stood and taught there for 14 years. My 2 daughters are products of Harwell Elementary. That school builds a sense of community like no other. The community that it creates extends beyond the neighborhood. It offers diverse extracurricular activities. It ensures that every student finds a group to connect with. For example, their ballet folklorico. Not only are students a part of the group, they dance together and they collaborate and showcase their dance skills throughout the community. This school also fosters traditions and rituals. They host school events like Cinco de Mayo every May, Dia de los Muertos every November. They have awards assemblies and pep rallies to bring the community together. They have daily and weekly routines such as morning announcements and pledges. En conclusión, no queremos que cierren a la escuela Harwell. Queremos que siga en la misma locación para que siga siendo el centro de la comunidad. In conclusion, we ask that you allow Harwell to remain open so that it can continue to be the hub in that community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jaslyn Ledesma.
Good evening. Today I speak as a parent. I have 3 children that are in 2 very different districts. I will start with the love for Harwell Elementary. Even though they have been moved to Phase 2, I would like to stand in solidarity with the parents and the amazing staff at Harwell. That is a staple to the community. The culture driven is what makes it thrive. The many extracurricular activities is what makes it thrive. The staff and the student that build each other up every day is what makes Harwell thrive. Moving them would displace many families because of the culture shock. As a parent and community activist, my heart is in Central Lubbock. Uprooting teenagers from their own community teaches them when something fails, instead of trying to develop solutions, it's easier to wash your hands and move on. It is important for teenagers to learn what it means to invest and build up their surrounding community so they take pride in their neighborhoods, but they cannot do that if you take them out of their safe space they call school. We get the deficit. We really do. We understand that we cannot run on such low numbers, and the kids will have opportunities such as electives at other schools. We get that. What we are upset about is the lack of transparency. The word possibility was thrown around and only gave false hope to students and their families. We would have had more respect had you been transparent, as you all said you were. But this was not the case. None of the options was to keep Owell Slayton open. None of the recommendations were to keep Owell Slayton open. Yet district staff reiterated this was not a for sure thing over and over again at many meetings. You all made decisions behind closed doors. One of the questions I asked is, at what point did someone say we need to put this together and get a group of community members to vote on it? I got a long-winded answer that included, well, we didn't wake up in October and say, here it is. But we haven't been planning this either, which is not an answer at all. I asked this specific question because in November of 2023, at the town hall meeting, I specifically asked, do you have plans to close down Owell Slayton? And I was reassured that that would not happen. Yet here we are a year later, and that's exactly what is happening. There are several things that were not appropriately handled, yet there has been no accountability except for 3 of your school board members, which I believe they were all blindsided by the consolidation. I ask this one last question. At what point will the district take accountability and tell the students and parents face to face that their school is in fact closing as a middle school? Our families deserve that. To Ms. Chavez, Ms. Sharp, and Ms. Lawson, thank you for being honest as much as you could have. Am I allowed to say this last thing?
One last, please.
As someone who works in the school mentioned, I assure you all and parents that we will give our students the best efforts until the end of school, because we are LISD and we will inspire every child every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jocelyn.
Kristen Evans.
I stand before you today to emphasize the critical importance of keeping Hodges Elementary School open. Not just as a place for education, but as a vital community space. Sorry. For our students, our families, and their futures. Let me start by sharing a moment that truly highlighted why our school is irreplaceable. Last year, I noticed a student who was struggling to walk. Thank you. Concerned, I sent them to the nurse. Turned out that he had a severe infection that his family didn't notice, and he was hospitalized, and it could have gotten much worse. This is just one example of how our school provides more than just academics. It's a place where we notice, we care, and we intervene for the well-being of every child. Our school also offers opportunities that extend beyond the classroom. We were fortunate enough to have Texas Tech students and student athletes come and talk to our students because teachers provided that. These students inspired our kids to think about their futures, about college, and the endless possibilities that are ahead of them. Our academic achievements speak volumes about the dedication and hard work of both of our teachers and our students. Last year, we had the highest second grade math scores all year. We also had the highest fifth grade science scores for the past 3 years. And we had the highest growth for our star for our fourth grade reading teacher. These accomplishments are a testament to the power of keeping our school open, allowing our students to grow, to thrive, and to reach their full potential. But perhaps most importantly, this school is a safe space for many of our students who may have little to no safety at home. For some, this school is the only place they can feel secure, supported, and cared for. We provide them with stability, with encouragement, and with a nurturing environment where they don't have it elsewhere. Keeping this school open is about keeping the safe space for our children, giving them a chance to learn, to grow, and to thrive, where they feel valued and where they feel protected and loved. Our impact also extends beyond academics. We started an after-school cheer club where we were able to secure $2,500 worth of donations for uniforms and supplies, which they'd never received before. And our kids got the chance to engage in extracurricular activities and develop skills outside of our classroom. Every day I remind my students that they are loved and they are capable of achieving everything they put their minds through. Through daily affirmations, we foster a positive and supportive environment where every child knows they matter. This is a space where we not only build minds, but we build their hearts. In short, our school is a hub of care, achievement, and opportunity. We provide a safe and supportive environment for our students to grow academically. I'm a proud product of Texas public education system, and I'm a proud first-generation college student. And I believe that students from low-income backgrounds should have equal access to educational opportunities, no matter their financial situation. I will not abandon my kids, and I will follow them wherever you place them. But my question for you is, will you abandon them? Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Gemsa, and while he is approaching the podium, I'd like to remind the commentators to please speak into the microphone. You may need to raise or lower it, just so we can make sure that the audience can capture the comments. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees, and thank you for your time. First, I want to acknowledge progress towards fostering community trust and engagement. Moving board meetings to the evenings is an important first step, demonstrating a willingness to include families and staff who have been shut out for some time because they couldn't get here. We have a great showing tonight, and I want to point that out and also thank the trustees who have shown increased commitment to their roles, stepping up during a critical time in our district. Tonight, we're hearing a lot about impaired trust and lack of transparency. Community engagement is messy. It requires effort, humility, and the courage to relinquish control. As someone experienced in building partnerships and empowering communities, I know this work takes more than just words. True leadership means living the values we claim to espouse, even when it's inconvenient or difficult. Sometimes that means taking up the difficult and messy work of gathering more information and input. Our district touts restorative justice as a value, yet we see little accountability for leadership failures. Mistakes go unacknowledged, and amends are never made. The grievance process has become a sham, more concerned with protecting personal relationships with the superintendent than the matters at hand. It's clear that the current board president serves to support Dr. Rollo and not our schools. Now we face a situation where the most vulnerable members of our community will feel the worst effects of school closures. Instead of being railroaded with a set of predetermined outcomes, the board must move to extend special consideration to what these communities stand to lose. Integrity matters here. When administrators hide information, when staff violate public records laws and lie about policies affecting the mental and physical safety of children, they undermine trust. Teachers, once optimistic about Superintendent Rollo's leaderships, are now disillusioned. Why are we not collecting data about schools and sharing that information with the public? Why do educators fear retaliation for speaking honestly? I would point out as well that the local media are neglecting their duty to hold leadership accountable. Most recently, the television media largely ignored the NAACP's press release, a statement of no confidence in Superintendent Rollo and the school board. This silence only deepens the community's frustration and erodes trust further. Superintendent Rollo's refusal to respond to my simple, factual queries regarding policy exemplifies this failure of leadership. And you'll be hearing more about how this endangers the safety and well-being of our children, but I'll simply end by saying we're known by how we treat the least among us and whether we put the last first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brianna Harris.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for holding the meeting in the evening so we can all be here. I really do appreciate that. I'm here today as a concerned parent and community member, also as a scientist and an educator. I fully support LASD's mission to nurture, develop, and inspire every child every day. I really want to believe that the LASD board and full leadership also fully support that mission. However, recent events have made that belief very hard to hold. I'm incredibly upset, frustrated, disappointed, and honestly disgusted by the way the process for rectifying the impending budget deficit has been approached. There have been almost zero community involvement in this process. There's been a total lack of transparency. And there's been a ridiculously rushed timeline for a process that is going to upend the lives of many of our community members and our children. This process, or lack thereof, sends the message that a conclusion has already been reached, and this is a diversion to blame the outcome on the community and those members that have been put on the Future Focus Committee. I'm very troubled to see the leadership did not do their due diligence in finding or evaluating other possible solutions, but instead went right to the school closing playbook. This is a playbook that's being used across the country. LASD is following that playbook to a T, and tonight is step 9 of 9. This is incredibly shameful. It seems that the end goal is to further disenfranchise the citizens and the students of East Lubbock and to segregate the brown and black children of our communities. This is unacceptable, this is disgusting, and this is disgraceful, and we deserve better. As a scientist, my job is to produce and evaluate and publish data. I was appalled by the data compiled by Park Hill and presented to the Future Focus Committee. The data were messy, irrelevant, and to the questions, and they were very poorly presented. The graphs did not make sense, and my undergraduates produced better graphs. I'm sorry we paid for that data. I want to echo the words of our local NAACP chapter in voicing a statement of no confidence for the leadership and the superintendent of our school. I want to echo the words that they said. They said this process has been set up to create a veneer of community input while decisions are being pushed through behind the scenes. The absence of a transparent decision-making framework, combined with limited opportunities for open dialogue, has fostered a sense that the outcomes were decided long before the committee was even convened. They further state that their expression of no confidence is a call to action for the LISD trustees. The board urges the district to adopt a more inclusive, transparent approach, one that involves meaningful consultation with parents, educators, and community members. The current leadership's reactive approach, driven by bureaucratic expenditures rather than proactive vision, is a disservice to the district's students and families. And I just want to echo that our students deserve better, we deserve better, and Lubbock deserves better. Thank you for your time.
Roger Ruiz.
Good afternoon. I have a list here of a lot of stuff that I can go over, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to speak from the heart. And I just feel like I have my nephew, have two nieces, and my daughter going to school there. And it's actually it's been really productive because I have a 94-year-old grandmother that speaks Spanish. And I grew up in the 80s and 90s. And back then, pretty much all y'all know that it was English speaking at that time. So now that we have a lot of things going on in the world and the United States, Spanish is taking over a little bit more than English, in case y'all didn't know. But I'm just saying is the fact that my daughter is able to speak to my 94-year-old grandmother and my 87-year-old grandmother, that she's able to communicate with her and understand. And just to see their heart felt warm to communicate with them and understand that we're trying to change the world in a different way. And I'm not trying to say it's going to be Spanish-speaking entire world, but it's going to be, why can't it be dual, just like with French or with Italians? Why can't they speak? They're speaking Germans. They're speaking the same language we are. They're learning the other language like we are. Why can't we still continue to do that for our kids? And then a lot of the kids are understanding how to speak to other individuals. And in Harwell, when I go to the school, I hate to say this, but these kids have smiles on their face every single day. It's like going to Joyland, and you're going around a big old park, and then they're just super happy. And I love it, the fact that the teachers there and the principal and everybody there, the whole staff, they care about their kids. And I understand what y'all trying to do. I get it. But in a way, though, it's just the numbers don't add up to me. And just the way I see things and in the way I feel it, being prime military, I was in the Marine Corps. I see the people when they have a camaraderie together, when they get together, it's a whole different incident. Like it's a different entity. It's like it's a whole different planet for me. When these kids just go up there so smiling every single day, and they love going to that school. And I see the parents enjoying them, that they're learning something besides just English. We're learning Spanish, and they're treating them both ways. They're not just treating them certain ways. So I just want to say that, and I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, and y'all have God bless. Have a good day, okay? Thank you.
Vanessa Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Hernandez, and my son is a student at Harwell. I am here in support of Harwell staying open at its current location. My son is a transfer student. I chose that school because I asked two of my family members who are teachers in the LISD, where is the best school to go? And they recommended Harwell. They said that is the best place for dual language. Dual language was an important part of what I wanted my son to have, because I am a first-generation American born to Mexican immigrants, so I grew up speaking Spanish. I know personally and professionally how beneficial having that skill is, and how much he will grow, how much he will learn,
how much better he will be for society, for himself, for the world. That is why I chose that school. In that school, there is so much good that is being done, not just by the principal, but by the teachers and by the community that is surrounded. I found a home in Harwell. My son found a home in Harwell because of what is offered there. He is also a part of the Baile Folclórico group. When he was in pre-K, he saw them perform at a school event. It was a chuck wagon that they had at school, and he saw them perform and said, "Mom, I want to be in that." That is the type of culture that we have at Harwell. It is love, it is support, it is being there for one another, but it is also about our Hispanic heritage and instilling that in our children and making sure that every generation that comes before or comes after us is also learning about that culture and how important it is to them. That is part of who we are. That is part of what that community is. I ask that you please take a look at Harwell, take a look at that program, take a look at that school and everything that is in there, because the decision that you have to make, I know, is difficult, but you have to do also what is right for that community. Because I am a transfer parent, I'm not just speaking on behalf of them, I'm also speaking on behalf of the community where that school is. And we see those parents day in and day out, walking their kids to school. Being a part of that community is also helpful to see that they are doing everything they can to provide for their kids. We know that it's in an area that's not high income, but that doesn't matter to us. They are just as important, and they need our support. They need your support. They need you guys to keep that school open. Many of those parents are working during school hours, so they can't go and pick up their kids. I'm fortunate that I'm able to do that. But they are there, and their kids are walking home, and we're there looking out for their kids as they're walking home. So they need that school in that community. They don't have the ability to just up and leave their job. Most of them are probably working two-parent household with 2 jobs, so they're not able to just up and go and pick up their kids. But that's a community that needs that school, because if you take that away and then you have to transport those kids to another school, it's just another burden on them. And I think as we started this meeting with a prayer, it made me think, as Christians, are we not supposed to look out for one another? Are we not supposed to help those that are less fortunate than us? So I ask that you please look at that school, look at that program, and really make an educated and informed decision before you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Puga.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Samantha Puga, and this is my 7th year as an educator. It's been very difficult. I'm currently conducting research for my thesis that deals with improving student outcomes in impoverished districts, just like ours. Needless to say, I'm very passionate about fostering inclusive excellence and bridging opportunity gaps. I know Trustee Chavez, Trustee Sharp, and Trustee Lawson value the same things I do, and I'm grateful for their transparency, their accessibility, with every crazy question and concern that may come from me, from the people that I serve. I serve on the Future Focus Committee, and I completely understand the need to consolidate schools. I understand the state mandates districts to maintain a fund balance equivalent to 3 months of operating expenses, and currently our fund balance only covers 2.75 months. I understand that if we don't reduce our footprint now, our district will suffer more than we are today, and it'll begin with our academic programs that everybody knows and loves. I understand that the district is attempting to close buildings as a way to avoid laying off staff during these challenging times. I understand that the state of Texas does not care enough to properly fund us. I think we all understand that, which is why we need to do better by voting better. I think everyone in this room can agree that life is full of difficult decisions, and the outcome of those decisions is going to make someone mad. Right now, it's us. That's just reality, and there's really no harm in that. However, harm does arise when decisions are made without true transparency, without empathy, and without providing those the most impacted with the opportunity to ask questions, to voice concerns, and to be a part of the process before creating a committee that takes the fall for the decision. That's really how I feel. I know a lot of committee members can relate as well, because I've spoken to them. Consolidation may be necessary, but it cannot come at the expense of trust, respect, and inclusion, especially when we're a district where our minority is a majority here. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act requires schools to provide language assistance to families with limited English proficiency. Having a translator at every single community meeting aligns with these legal requirements and upholds those ethical standards. That did not happen. Para las familias latinas que no se involucran en la escuela de sus hijos por la falta de poder hablar inglés, ahora es el momento de que usen su voz. Pidan un traductor, porque como padres tienen derechos. No se rindan porque seguiremos luchando por un futuro mejor para nuestros hijos, asegurándonos de que ellos tengan las mismas oportunidades como cualquier otro estudiante. La educación es la base del éxito y su participación es clave para que sus hijos alcancen su máximo potencial. Yo entiendo eso. Los maestros entienden eso. If you didn't understand a word that just came out of my mouth, I'm sure you would have appreciated a translator. Thank you.
For the families Hispanics that, do you want to translate that?
Oh, sure. Okay. Yes, please. Thank
For
you.
the Hispanics, the family Hispanics that you have and you understand, please ask for a translator that to fight for your rights. And I can understand that. If you cannot understand that, ask for a translator.
Okay, thank you. Cambrell Miller. Cambrell Miller. Cambrell. No? Okay. Phyllis Gant Gambles.
I am Phyllis Gant Gambles, NAACP Legal Redress, and I stand tonight for the NAACP, but I also stand as a tax-paying citizen. President Milton Lee of the Lubbock chapter was determined that we would start with you guys a new year, communicating differently, trying to give us an opportunity to have a better relationship. But in order to do that, you've got to have honesty. And you can't be an honest and a dishonest person. Looking over the years from 2010 to today, out of the schools that have been closed, 10 have been North and East Lubbock schools. When we started this focus committee, and unlike others, we were not selected. We learned about it, I sent an email, and then we got invited. To me, that's intentional. But we came. And when we started the first meeting, there were schools listed that would consolidate and or be closed. Those were predominantly South and West Lubbock schools. Those parents got knowledge of that, they combined, and they organized, and they demanded meetings with you guys. And then those schools came off the list. However, the North and East Lubbock schools are being force-fed closures and consolidations. If a district doesn't have money, we get that, we understand. But in transparency, what about mismanaged funding? I only have 3 minutes, I won't deal with that. You asked Nancy very sincerely, what can we do? What are our ideas? I've been here before, I'm no novice at this. I think that we can scrap this committee and we can come back with a partially new board. Kathy Rollo, stepping down would be respect to our community. Beth Bridges, stepping down would be a respect to our community. Ron Curry, you made a statement to parents that Estacado Early College School is not in this phase 1, but it'll certainly close within the next 2 years. You made that comment. Respectfully step down. We can start over, we can be transparent, we can tell the real truth, the only truth, and then if we gotta cut and consolidate, everybody is on the same playing field, and then we can make some headway. Thank you.
Sheila Patterson Harris.
Everybody. My name is Sheila Patterson Harris. I live at 2303 Birch Avenue, which is in District 2, and my representative is Mary Ann Lawson. I am a former student of Lubbock Independent School District, and I am the parent of former students of Lubbock Independent School District. I stand here because I am very bothered and concerned about the process that has been established by the Lubbock Independent School District. A process that I I see as one that excludes not only the children and parents and families in the areas, but the citizens who reside in the schools, reside near the schools and their campuses, that they also support. I also see that it has been excluding the staff at the campuses within the school district. And more particularly, I feel like it excludes the members of the Future Focus Committee, for which I am a member. In looking at the information, and that I have the booklet here, the committee was charged by whom, I don't know, but charged nonetheless. In a process that allowed 7 minutes to discuss and come up with questions and present them, to look at prepackaged groupings for closures and consolidations, understanding that the factors had to be prompted by the district, meaning that they had it first. And so that means that the decisions and the packages that were created did not start with the committee who were to provide the final decision or recommendation to the school trustee board. But this is not the first time that what is happening has happened. So trustees and school districts have done it before here in Lubbock, Texas. I'll refer to sometimes, and I say that it's not your first time because that tells you that it's been an issue, so it's needed to be monitored from that point forward. In 2013, 14, and 15, there became the closure and consolidation of Isles, Wheatley to Irvin. There became the consolidation of Murphy and Haynes to Miller. And if my memory serves me correctly, just over 3 years ago, there was a moving and closure of Dupree. So these are things that we knew that there was something happening. Some of the reasons for that was indicated because there was a decline in enrollment. And I'm going to run out of time, but Madam President, if I can hold the remainder of my comments for the time in which you all began to look at the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Crystal Jenkins.
Hello, my name is Crystal Jenkins. I'm here on behalf of Hodges Elementary. We all know this economy has been tough. I, as a small business owner, can relate. So it's not very far-fetched that LISD is in debt. So how should we make money just appear? Where could it come from? Now, as a mom, I know to tighten up and make do. So when I heard of the consolidations of our schools, I asked myself, one, if it's so bad, why are we just now hearing about it? And number two, where can we tighten up? And so I looked around. I noticed all 4 high schools have recently had their football practice fields returfed. Sounds expensive, so I Googled it. Google says up to $2 million. Well, maybe that's the NFL. So I called a local company and was told turf ranges from $6 to $20 a square foot installed. A football field has 57,600 square feet. That makes the total cost anywhere from $172,800 to $1.15 million per field. Now multiply that by 4. For fake grass. Now let's talk about basketball. I saw a photo on Facebook of Aaliyah Chavez and Monterey winning a tournament in San Antonio. Congrats, by the way. But guess who is in the background of this photo? Kathy Rollo. I wonder if she paid for her own trip out of pocket. Who pays for travel sports? Multiple buses, multiple meals, across multiple cities, for multiple schools. Now all of that's in the budget. Are sports more important than education? Why not cut back there? I don't think that LASD doesn't have enough money. I think that LASD is bad at spending the money. Who is in charge of deciding the budget and of spending? Let's change them. Do they prioritize free trips and cool new grass over education? Well, not over all kids' education, just ours. How much do they make per year? Let's switch them out with some of these fresh new teachers, the ones in touch with reality, the ones who know the kids, who knows what actual school is like, the open-minded ones who don't see money, or rather color. I bet they would gladly do the job and do so leaving out old-fashioned, good old boy, rubbing elbow mentalities. Yes, let's make some changes, please, but let's leave these schools alone. Why alter the lives of hundreds of students, staff, and parents who are already trying with all they got when we could change the select few, the ones who are already failing us, the ones who don't have their priorities in order, and who have proven over and over again, systematically if you will, to not have our students' best interest in mind? If there must be changes, let's start with them. Let's change the people in charge. Please do not be blinded by their sugarcoating, their promises of actual uncertainty, and the pressure of a timeline or their need for rushed decisions. Please, get rid of our board and save our schools.
Ivan Navarro.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Board. My name is Ivan Navarro. We reside in Southwest Lubbock. I'm a 20-plus year healthcare professional across several institutes here in Lubbock. I'm also the proud parent of Adrian, a Harwell Elementary third grader. Adrian has been a student of the dual language Spanish program since kindergarten. I'm also the content creator of the Harwell student publication you may have seen going around with thousands of views and shares from a few weeks ago. Myself, like many of my colleagues, transferred to Harwell for the amazing Spanish immersion program. I personally spoke with Friendship ISD superintendent 4 years ago when I first learned about Harwell's program. The resources were not available in our district. It was at that moment where we knew our child would attend. You should know we live 2 blocks from Crestview Elementary and Heritage Middle School in Friendship District. Yet my family chooses to commute 40 minutes daily to provide our son this level of education. Many of my colleagues have chosen to leave prestigious private schools like Trinity, Christ the King, and others to enroll in Harwell's Spanish program and others similar. Rather than to shut down or merge schools, LISD should be focusing on promoting these amazing programs that are right in our backyard. A public program that comes at 0 cost. In less than 2 weeks, Harwell's Facebook and YouTube video have been viewed and shared thousands of times. By thousands, I mean closer to 10,000. Just last week, while in surgery, my colleague said, and I quote, "Ivan, I saw your Harwell post. I've heard you and my associates speak on your school's Spanish program, and I've always thought nothing out of the ordinary. After seeing Leo and the other students speak on the video, I'm sold. The confidence and the expressions were unreal." That individual is actually in this room, but out of pure respect for their private school, I won't point them out. They've already called central office and will be testing both their pre-K and kindergarten children for the dual language program provided at Harwell this spring of 2025. I've heard your interviews in other states. A bigger facility, we'd open and expand the program. You also have to understand what makes Harwell special. It's more than a Spanish immersion program. It's the simplicity of a single long hallway with a secluded division for the younger 4 to 6-year-olds, a place where they're not having to wander outside of their classroom for a restroom. It's a school tucked away from one of Lubbock's busiest streets, gas stations, or liquor stores with minimal traffic. Harwell is more than just a Spanish immersion program. It's also home of a beautiful culture that takes pride showcasing the popular Mexican folklore dance, Ballet Folklorico. This is a group of dancers led by Mrs. Paula Stewart. Their performance highlight Harwell's contribution to the community, building pride and awareness of school's cultural offerings. Supporting Harwell means helping preserve a space where culture, language, and community come together for a unique educational experience. So we ask you, please, help us protect Harwell's mission heritage so we can continue this journey of bilingual education and cultural pride. We are doing our part, and it's evident. What can we do together with LISD to promote our school's educational program? Thank you all.
Thank you. Victoria Valles. Do we have Victoria Valles here? Danielle Badillo. Is Daniel here? Okay, thank you. Okay. come back to Mr. Badillo. Adam Hernandez?
All right. Good evening, school board. I'm Adam Hernandez. Many of you, all of you actually, know who I am. I come to you as somebody who volunteers hundreds of his hours every year inside of various campuses in LISD, a parent to 2 kids that went to school in LISD. 2 of those schools have been closed. I come to you as a person who stood in opposition of the Dupree closing when that happened. I also come to you as a member of the Future Focus Committee, as well as a member of the LISD Leadership Coalition. And the reason why I choose to serve in those ways is the same reason I believe that I've witnessed that you all choose to serve in your positions, is that we believe in LISD and we believe in the families and the future of LISD. And so if I didn't, I wouldn't subject myself to these sorts of situations. I do want to go on the record and state that as a member of the Future Focus Committee, I am not in favor of the recommendations that you have before you that you're going to be discussing tonight. And I speak for many of those committee members that probably wouldn't want to say that publicly, but there's many on the committee, and I would say that there's probably more in opposition to that recommendation than there are for it. I'm going to sort of hold my personal emotions because I feel like I need to present a couple of pathways here forward, because what's been done is done and we're here now. So one of the things that we could do to start over, as you've heard, is to pause this process, stop it completely. I don't know what the feasibility of that is in terms of the dollars. How long do we have before we run out of money? So if that's not feasible, if we can't stop the process, then we need to, going forward into phase 2 and 3, which if I'm to understand correctly, we're going to be looking at bonds to create facilities for schools that are consolidated. We need to, number 1, make sure that some of those shiny new facilities end up in these same communities that are having schools taken away. Second piece to that, we need to expand this Future Focus Committee immediately and include members of the community from those campuses that are affected. If we do those bare minimum of things, it will be a start to start repairing the branding issues and the trust issues that this district has between itself and the community. And just like any other relationship in our lives, if there's not trust, there's nothing. Right? I've been in digital media design for 20 years. We have a saying in my industry, garbage in, garbage out. What that means is if the processes and materials you use to create a project for a client are faulty, that project is not going to meet the needs of that client, and it's going to be garbage. Okay? And that's the situation we're in now. So I ask you, since schools in East and North Lubbock have not been spared the negative impacts of school closures, let's not forget to include them in the positive benefits whenever new facilities are made. Thank you.
Did Daniel Badillo? Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. All right, Amanda Smith.
Good afternoon, esteemed board members, educators, and community leaders. My name is Amanda Smith, and I am a proud 4th grade math teacher at Hodges Elementary. It is an honor to speak before you today in defense of our school, our students, and our community. As an educator, I've dedicated my heart and soul to ensuring that every student who walks through our doors has the opportunity to succeed, grow, and become the leaders of tomorrow. However, I stand before you today with deep concern about the future of our school and its ability to continue serving our most vulnerable students. I believe it's important to revisit our district's mission statement, which guides everything we do in LISD. Love people, develop leaders, and value data. These words aren't just lofty ideals. They are the foundation
of the work we do every day in our classrooms. At Hodges Elementary, we live these values with every lesson we teach, every relationship we build, and every child we serve. As educators, we use data to inform our instruction to ensure every child is progressing and receiving the support they need. Our goal is growth, and we have proven our ability as a campus to produce tremendous growth despite our circumstances or student population. As a once IR-rated campus, we stand before you now as a B-rated campus. But today, I am here to ask you to consider how we can continue to fulfill this mission, especially for our most marginalized and underserved students. Currently, I teach 40 fourth grade students. Of those 40 students, 14 are currently receiving special education services. An additional 6 to 8 of those are in the process of being evaluated. These are not just numbers on a paper. These are children who come to school each day with unique challenges and needs. Despite these challenges, we at Hodges have created an environment where all students, regardless of their background or ability, are empowered to succeed. We implement AVID school-wide, fostering a culture of higher expectation and support. Yet I fear that if class sizes are increased and resources are stretched too thin, we will not be able to continue offering the level of individualized attention and specialized services these students so desperately need. Research consistently shows that smaller class sizes are a key factor in providing quality education, especially for students who require additional support. For students with specialized needs, the least restrictive environment is a principle that guides how we educate them, but least restrictive does not mean one size fits all. I'll leave you with, may we move forward with love, light, and logic, thinking outside of the box with full transparency in all communities and in all languages in order to find ways to successfully keep campuses open that are thriving, not just surviving.
Monica Carrizales. Monica Carrizales. Gabriela Perez.
Good evening. My name is Gabriela Perez. I'm going to split my time.
To the microphone, please.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to split my time between my daughter. She wanted to express herself, and I felt it's important that you're also hearing from the children themselves. So I will speak very quickly and allow her an opportunity as well. I'm here today as a parent, but also as a concerned member of the community. Let me be very clear in saying that we oppose school closures of any kind, but more so schools from low-income neighborhoods or schools that serve primarily African American and Latino students. The community at Bean feels a deep resentment at how we were completely disregarded when decisions are being made about our children. The committee was put together out of convenience and in a patronizing way. People from the affected communities should have been the first to be invited to the table. This would have given us a sense of autonomy of what happens over our children, but we were robbed of that opportunity. We have heard that you're sorry over and over, and I appreciate the apology, but it's not enough. It's not enough when our children and our communities are on the line and are going to ultimately be the ones suffering the consequences. As angry as I may be, I'm willing to put that aside. We want to find solutions. We have issues with the optics of how things are being handled. There are many rumors going around about the number of schools that were originally on the list and how those schools were removed. There are rumors going around about how money was handled. It's clear there's a sense of mistrust, and I feel transparency can go a long way in alleviating this. Some information has been shared on the FCC website, but in the spirit of transparency, I demand that financial information also be added to the website. We want to see what the budget looks like, what salaries are, what the costs are, where the cuts have been made, where money is being spent. All this is public knowledge, so I'm not asking for anything that I'm not entitled to. I'm just asking that you make it accessible to everyone. More importantly, we want to ensure that resources are being distributed in a fair manner to all communities around Lubbock. I understand that tough decisions have to be made, but when over and over we see the same populations bearing the brunt of the tough decisions, it's time to work together to find solutions that are fair to every student, family, and community. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniela. I am a fourth grader. I am a student from Bean Elementary. The reason I don't want the school to be closed is I have gone through a lot of difficulties. For example, I had virtual classes during COVID, and I didn't have no one to talk to or to play with. For another example is I lost my teacher in third grade half of the year. I had a substitute, but she could never replace my other teacher. I don't want another change in my life. I love my school and I feel safe in my school.
Good job.
Maria Reyes.
Hi, my name is Maria Reyes. I'm a parent from Bean Elementary School. I'm a little nervous, and I'm speaking today with the help of translator. I hope you can understand me. I'm here confused and worried about everything that has been presented to us. As parent, I'm upset by the lack of transparency and the lack of communication in a language that we can understand. In this case, Spanish. I appreciate what you have to try to do so that we can understand. However, many Bean parents are still afraid to be here because they only speak and understand Spanish. I can't help, but I feel bad hearing that the school where my daughter has developed her best skills, where she has created a sense of belonging, is going to close. So far, I have only heard statements that it be closed, but no solution has been presented to us. Tell me, how do I can explain to a 6-year-old child that her school will probably be closed and that she is starting to get nervous? How do I explain to her that a problem that showed no concern her because she only hears talk about money is now a concern for her? Please take into account Bean and all the wonderful people who belong there. It seems unfair to me that almost a week after making a decision, our community is still without representation. We feel excluded because we never received an invitation to the, I don't know how to say, committee board. I'm going to be sure that you are thinking about the quality of education of our children. If as of now you have not taken us into account. Stop closing schools. Bean has the wonderful dual 50-50 program. Why not recognize us? Stop excluding us. Stop filing us.
Eric Reyes.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Eric. I am a concerned parent at Bean Elementary. My daughter is a transfer student, and the main reason for wanting her to enroll at Bean was because of the bilingual program offered there. But now that I'm here, I've seen more to this school than its bilingual program. The teachers there are amazing, are always there for my daughter, bringing the best in her education-wise and beyond that. I feel my daughter and all the students have been kept rooted to their culture and celebrating and keeping present traditions that I know she will remember as her life goes on. And that is all thanks to Bean. I am angry that this only became known to us less than 2 months ago, when I feel that we could have looked for a solution to try to keep it open instead of the drastic option of closing it down. I feel that this school could offer so much more if you could give the school a chance by exploring more options, bilingual being on top of all that. I feel we could work to make more community engagement, make the kids and parents feel more like a family instead of just a student and parent. LISD prioritizes in the education and well-being of our kids. Please show that and show that you care, starting by communicating everything in both English and Spanish, because in not doing so, you disconnect the trust relationship between the educators and the kids and their families and make them feel not important. I feel like there can be more innovative programs for the school to flourish. As a school of lower income families, closing the school would only discourage the students and parents. It can affect their attendance and their performance by making it harder to get to school and having to adapt. I'm afraid making a change so drastic can also affect their test scores or performances. By making this change, you will lose the community's trust, and that makes this change a rough one for this new school. And if y'all move forward with, closing Bean down, I look forward to keeping my daughter in Bean, and not only that, but in the near future, taking my other 3 little ones to Bean as well. Making this change will only discourage me and my family to go on with this change and look for a different school that cares, or school district that cares. Please, I ask that you take us into consideration, and by us, I mean the students, above all, that don't have a voice, the teachers, and us parents. I hope you look for a better solution than closing our schools and showing us you care about the education of our kids, because they are the future. Thank you.
Linda Martinez. Linda Martinez. Ana Rivera.
Buenas tardes. Good evening. My name is Ana Rivera. I'm a first-generation Chicana, and I grew up here in Lubbock. I have had the privilege of being a paraprofessional at Bean Elementary for more than 10 years. I'm here on behalf of the Bean community, which includes my children and many generations of families. Unfortunately, many of these families have been targeted in changes that the district has decided for many years, including now. When news first broke of the plan to close or merge schools this October, LISD completely disregarded Spanish-speaking families. This message was relayed to a central official representative to no effect. Many from our community did not find out until around 2 weeks later, when the information was finally translated and made available. In this 2-week time span, Other English-speaking families in the district planned meetings, formed petitions, and rallied against their school being closed. Several of them have now been removed from the list. Coincidentally, most of the student population of these schools do not have the same socioeconomic status as ours and do not share our same demographic. There have been many examples of blatant disregard for our community from Lubbock ISD for decades. In 1970, the United States, through the Department of Justice, began to file a suit against LISD, alleging that the district had continued using a school system which discriminated against minority students. Lubbock ISD had continued to segregate schools, which had been deemed unconstitutional by the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Still more than 50 years later, we see these same patterns of discrimination towards these neighborhoods. My father-in-law and mother-in-law grew up around these times. I have heard stories of the racism Lubbock has shown to the Hispanic communities, but I did not realize this would still affect myself to this level and to those I hold near and dear to me. The excuse that we have been given about why these neighborhoods that are predominantly Hispanic and African American have had numerous of their schools closed down in past years and are still currently being considered to be closed down is due to decrease in population or birth rate. How much coincidence can it be that the same population who was just an afterthought and having information provided to them in Spanish is the same one with the most votes to be closed down? Many of the public do not believe that a decision has not been made yet and believe once again we will be the ones affected by what you all decide. I hope this is not the case, and I ask you, will I continue to tell the stories of what the city and the school district has done to generations after myself? Will you continue to perpetuate this cycle of inequality, or can you be the start of a future that the children from my community deserve? Thank you.
Milton De Leon.
Three minutes, huh? Wow. My name is Milton De Leon. I'm the president of LULAC Council 263 here in Lubbock, Texas. Dear board members and administration, I stand before you today to discuss ongoing issues that has deeply affected the Hispanic community within our district. Over the last few years, there's been a troubling trend which elementary and middle schools located in predominantly Hispanic and Black neighborhoods have faced closures or mergers. This decision-making process, as we know, is often based on committees, data, demographics, and program evaluations. Yet, time and time again, these same schools serving some of the most vulnerable and historically underserved populations are the ones impacted. We must first acknowledge the reality that the Hispanic students make up a significant portion of the Lubbock ISD student body. However, it is also true that the schools they attend often situated in areas in lower income and higher diversity seems to be continuously at a risk of closure. This raises serious concerns about whether the district's policies are inadvertently or systematically targeting these communities rather than equitably addressing the needs of all students across the district. It is well known that decisions around the school closures and mergers are often made by committees and analysts, data, demographics, and programs outcomes. However, the historical pattern of closures, especially those affecting Hispanic schools, raises questions about how these metrics are being interpreted and how decisions are being made. What we need from the Lubbock ISD is not just commitment at closing schools in a way that makes financial sense, but a commitment to ensuring that these decisions are made fairly and with consideration that the potential long-term consequences on our Hispanic communities. We ask the district to take a hard look at the outcomes of these closures. Have they led to real improvements in student achievement, or have they simply displaced students and families, making it harder for them to feel connected to the district and to each other? Closing schools in these communities does not solve the root issues. Rather, they are related to funding, facilities, and resources. Instead, it risks deepening the divide between different areas of Lubbock ISD, leaving Hispanic students at an even greater disadvantage. In conclusion, Lubbock ISD, it is a position to lead to equity and inclusion by recognizing the systematic challenges faced by Hispanic communities. And by making decisions that reflect their unique needs, the district can ensure that all students, regardless of their zip code, have access to high quality, supportive, and culturally relevant education. I close with a question. In closing, I have you with a question. The Hispanic enrollment is around 61% at Lubbock ISD, and we only have one Hispanic trustee, Lala Chavez. Even so with that, when she was running for re-election, her opponent was supported by some members of the school board. The question is that fair? Is that just? Or even ethical? If she hadn't won, there would be no representation at all for Hispanics. And with that being, that's it. I thank you for your time.
Samuel Gonzalez.
My name is Samuel Gonzalez. Everybody calls me Sam. I am the district director for LULAC in West Texas, about 60 counties. And I've been to several of these type of meetings. And it has been my knowledge that usually there has been a predetermined decision on which the school boards usually make. I mean, it's kind of like we're talking up here and it's really like talking to ghosts. I'll be quite honest with you. I hope that is not the case here. I hope that you are real people. I am from Lubbock now. I've been here probably since 1975. I am from South Texas. I've dealt with a lot of issues that has been Hispanics and blacks have been discriminated. And I've heard several issues here, and I'm not going to bring those up anymore because you've heard them just about from everybody. I'm going to attack this thing from the opposite side. You're talking about 4 schools that are closing down. Let's concentrate our tax base on real estate for school taxes has increased with our population growth. Let's concentrate from the other side to come in here and use some of that money, keep our schools open, fund some of these schools rather than to build new schools. And then you have these kids. That's the main thing here, the students. Those are the ones that affect it the most. They're comfortable many times where they're at. You take them from one side of town to the other, totally uncomfortable. You know, I'll give you a good example. I'm looking at the time here, but I'm going to give you a good example. When I started school, my favorite saying was, I don't know. And the reason I would say I don't know because I didn't know English. So, you know, kids are different now. There's TV and there's all kinds of computers and they learn a lot more. I think if we take those kids with some of the things we have out in everyday living, you can really make them smart. Don't hurt them by penalizing them and taking where they feel comfortable, busing them. A lot of these parents don't have the money. They're not able to, you know, they go to work at 5 in the morning. Perhaps they don't come back for 2-3 days. Don't penalize them where they have to walk, miss the bus, and so forth. Again, tax base on new real estate taxes. Keep them here, bust some of those people over here. Thank you very much.
Fabiola Rubalcaba.
Good evening. I am a proud dual language teacher at Bean Elementary, and I stand here before you as that, a teacher, a parent to a Bean Elementary transfer student, and a friend to all of those parents that were outside holding posters that left because this meeting was in English. In a district where the mission is to nurture, develop, and inspire every child every day, you have forgotten my child and my community. Discrimination is the act of treating a person or a particular group of people differently because of their race, gender, sexuality, etc. I am here to advocate for Bean Elementary, including every teacher and most importantly, every child and parent who has walked those halls for the past 84 years. LISD has not ensured a culture of equity where everyone has equal access to resources and opportunities. You have failed to build and nurture strong relationships with the community because you have simply excluded the Spanish-speaking communities. And how does this happen in a district where 60% of the student population is Hispanic? One of the district pillars is to love people, which has not aligned with the actions of the district. You have failed to create a space where people can participate and thrive at their full potential, regardless of their cultural identity. Your apologies are not enough. We want to be heard and understood. We ask that you reconsider your plans. If you stand by your mission, we urge you to think of nurturing, developing, and inspiring every child in every community every day. Thank you.
Caitlin Farrell.
Hello and good evening, board members.
Be sure and speak up, Caitlin, so we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Caitlin Farrell, and I'm a senior at Talkington School for Young Women Leaders. I am here to talk about the situation with our sports and the long-term impact. I have been in Talkington's athletic program since 7th grade and have grew bonds with my fellow teammates from volleyball, track, and cheer. I am hoping for the future of athletes at Talkington that y'all would choose for us to be able to petition to become UIL. I understand the other options that were offered, and I feel from athletes in all grades agree that UIL is the best option. A lot of kids are not able to find rides to and from their home school, making option 2 not the best for the majority of students. We are hopeful that with Talkington being UIL, that it will continue to cause students to stay instead of moving schools to play sports. I would also like to bring up my concern for my friends that wouldn't be able to play sports at all if option 2 was chosen. I have teammates that live in Cooper and Friendship District, and that unless we go UIL, they wouldn't be able to play sports at a competitive level. As one of the only seniors in track, I was looking forward to running my senior season with my teammates, and I'm sad that I won't get that. However, my hope is that with the opportunity to be UIL, that my underclassmen will get a chance to have their senior seasons with their friends. I came before all of you today to bring up the hopes and concerns of all athletes at Talkington, as I have seen and shared the tears, worries, and frustrations with our other athletes. I hope you will take what I've said into consideration, and I thank you for your time.
I'm going to go back and...
I apologize for not saying something earlier, but I would just like to point out, at the beginning of the meeting, you all said that trustees could not react or engage in anything that citizens had to say. And when Ms. Gant mentioned estacado, the comment by Curry, he shook his head in disagreement, and that goes against your own policies that y'all put in place.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the audience members that I called that have signed up and see if they're here. Sulin Ruiz. Make sure that they did not show up late. No, there was 2. Sandra was here. There was 2.
She's not here, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Cambrell Miller. Victoria Valles. Monica Carrizales, or Linda Martinez. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, is Daniel here? Oh, sure, Daniel.
Because he was on.
Okay, what we will do in just a moment, if you wish to make a comment, will be able to come up in just a moment. So we will, if it's a posted agenda item.
Okay.
And got a response.
I don't. Okay, that's fine. Come forward. Please just list it. If you signed up to speak and got a confirmation, please come up, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Erin has the card of that.
Oh, you signed up on the card?
Yes.
On this, okay. We'll give you a chance in just a moment. So,
okay, then.
yeah, you'll have a chance. Just a moment. Thank you. Okay. Okay, yes, I have these. Trustee comments? Oh, Daniel, I'm sorry. Daniel's here.
Oh, nice.
Come up, Daniel.
Thank you. So it's gonna be right here? Yeah, okay, good. I'm not here alone. I'm here with my daughter. And like I talked to you guys before, this is not the first time that we meet. She is my main reason why I don't want being too close. And that's where I'm standing right now. I oppose to this. I stand before you today to express my heartfelt concern about the potential closure of Bean Elementary. This school has been an integral part of our community and has greatly impacted our lives. My family and I moved from Puerto Rico 10 years ago, seeking a place where our children could receive a high-quality education. We were thrilled to find such environment at Bean Elementary, a bilingual school that exceeded our expectations. It has provided our children with the academic and social skills that they need to thrive. Bean Elementary is not just a school. It's not walls. It's a community hub that fosters diversity, inclusivity, and academic excellence. The comprehensive programs offered here have allowed my children to grow in a nurturing environment, embracing their cultural heritage while integrating into a new community. Okay? In conclusion, I sincerely urge this committee to reconsider the decision to close Bean Elementary. The absence of transparency in the process raises significant concerns, along with the rush in the reaching of such decision. Closing the school will not only affect the lives of many families, but also dismantle a vibrant community that has been a source of hope, development for countless individuals. Thank you for your consideration on our appeal, and I'm going to leave you with my daughter here, and she also wants to express herself on this matter.
Good evening. My name is Jimena Badillo, and I'm an 8th grader at Talkington School for Young Women Leaders. And I'm a proud product of Bean Elementary. I'm here to talk on behalf of my beloved Bean Elementary School, where I happened to live most of my traumatic process of losing all my hair due to alopecia at the young age of 5 years. Bean and the teachers there make all the experience bearable, not only for me, but for my family as well. This school has helped me with everything I've gone through. I built most of my friendships that I cherish most here, and I hope that for the young generation to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so following the agenda, we will have trustee comments, or the opportunity for trustee comments, if there's any comments at this time. We're going to move into the business portion, and then they can speak. So if none, no?
I would just, I appreciate each and every parent that came and spoke. I understand how this may fall on deaf ears, but it is taken to heart, and I appreciate the comments, the concerns, the questions, and I know it's not easy to get up there or to come and speak, so thank you to each and every parent, especially the students that came up and spoke.
Es un placer ver tanta gente española aquí que está hablando contra las escuelas que se quieren cerrar. I want to tell you, it's a pleasure to see so many people from the Hispanic community to be out here. It's good to see somebody in front of me instead of nobody behind me. So thank you for being here. I want to express the fact, I just came back from San Antonio
Today, as a matter of fact. I left Tuesday to go see a school in San Antonio with the System of Great Schools, which is part of Bean Brown, I believe. OL as well. We have several schools that are under that system. It brings other projects that otherwise we couldn't afford because these schools are failing schools. So that's why System of Great Schools are in place right now. But I do want to say something that a superintendent over there said, and I want to share this with you. I think it's so important. They went through something similar as us, but the beauty of theirs is when they started off doing what we were doing, they realized the people came forward and said immediately, you know what, this is wrong. We're not being communicated. We're not being transparent. He listened, he heard, he scrapped everything. I mean, literally scrapped everything. And I couldn't have been happier to hear him say that. Money was not. He says, our kids are priceless. He scrapped everything. He met with 100 schools, him and his staff, the board members. They listened to every parent. If they had to stay there till 12 o'clock midnight, they did that. I just learned that this weekend. And I went to a school and they have a totally different name. And I would love to have a meeting in regards to these schools. It's particularly the one that I just met and had the pleasure and opportunity of going. They named it Irving Bilingual Academy. It is a pre-K program through 8th grade. That means that families had 2 or 3 kids. They all went to school pre-K all the way through elementary through 8th grade and would move on till high school. I feel like that's something that can be talked about, whether it's now in the future, but it's still something we need to talk about. I think this is where we start strategic planning, and you guys are part of this conversation. I've said that time and time again. Let's get to our communities. Let's talk to our communities. It's so important that you're involved in the process. I have always said that, and I'll continue to say that. Thanks for being here. Go ahead, Marianne.
I'll let him.
I just would echo what Trustee Curry said to all the parents and the students that took the time to share your thoughts and your concerns. I get it. My students were part of a consolidation a few years ago that I wasn't thrilled with, and it led me to get involved. And now I'm here, and I have, I guess I just want to share with you that you've all been heard.
What's what?
It was the Smiley Wilson and Irons merger a few years ago, and I felt like things could have been different, and so I got involved. I'm here. What I want to communicate to all of you is that there is no decision from me. I have not decided anything at this point. That seemed to be a common theme, that this is all predetermined and it's going to go whichever way it is. I heard a lot of positive comments. I wrote down a lot of notes, and I plan to review these notes, not just the data that the district is going to present to us and that we have. I mean, I do think we are going to be put in a position to make a decision, and your thoughts and all of your comments and your concerns will be heard from my perspective.
Thank you.
I was very lifted up in attending that SGS, System of Great Schools, with Lala. And it was a joy to see those parents doing what they did. I even asked the question towards the end of the day, what do you do when some schools don't have a PTA that exists right now? And they said, you still make decisions. And you find ways of getting with that particular school or school that does not have a PTA. And it was good to see those students being bilingual at that school, urban school.
And to hear those parents share with how they feel, and those board members, and Ken went to, what's Ken's last name? Castillo. I'm still learning. I'm new as I can be. Cáceres.
Oh, Cáceres. Why did I say Castillo?
Ken
I'm thinking
Cáceres.
of Ken Castillo.
Okay, Cáceres. But they did it. And we can do it. It's a lot of feelings. Like I was saying today, I was blushing. I went through a lot. We can do it. What do they say? Every child, every day, and I say every school. It's things that can be done. Now, we're doing what we're doing. And there are mistakes being made, and it's a part of the growing of this school district. I believe we're going to get through this. I don't know how, but I believe we will. And you want it to get through, don't you? Yes. And I believe it can be. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
First, I think thank you to those of you who showed up. Whether you spoke or not, showing up is important, so thank you. We've had lots of meetings and gotten dozens of emails, and thank you for that input. I think it's important for the district and the board to own there were flaws in the process, and for that we need to apologize. Changes have been made, and I think we'll continue to make changes and give it our best. All that being said, we still have some problems to solve. We have small middle schools that don't have the same opportunities for students that the larger middle schools have. That's an equity problem we're going to have to address. We have 3,600 empty seats in our elementary schools. That is not a sustainable model. And so we're going to have to figure that out working together. This process has caused lots of anxieties for families and for your trustees and administration as well. What is encouraging to me in this process is seeing this full room. What would be heartbreaking is if we were in this kind of a process and nobody showed up. So thanks for showing up. I promise you we are listening, and we need your input. We're going to have to do this together if we're going to come up with a solution, because it is absolutely true. We've got empty seats. We've got a budget deficit that is not mismanagement. It is, we have been inadequately funded for the last, for a long time. The last 5 years we've had stagnant funding from the state with rising prices. We all know what that does. So we welcome your solutions and your input, and thank you for being here.
I'm going to say thank you as well. It took a tremendous amount of courage and a lot of time out of your personal and family time to come out here and listen to everyone. Echo what the other trustees said. We're not in an ivory tower or in a smoky room making these decisions by ourselves. We're right here. I'm right here. I agree. There's been flaws in the way that we've rolled out the Future Focus Committee, and we've heard people talk about those flaws, and we've changed. I think an email went out yesterday that we're changing the way that we're doing things. And closing schools is far from the first place that this administration looked to fix some of these budget problems that we're having. And to Trustee Sharp's point, this is not just about money. 3,600 empty seats in elementary school is equivalent to 8 schools. That's regardless of money. We're in a declining enrollment district. That is a right-sizing problem. No one wants their school closed. I get that. We have a child that's a part of this process at one of these schools. So closing schools is far from the first place we looked. It is the third to the last place. The last 2 places are personnel cuts and programming cuts. We don't want to do either of those things. In fact, we've pledged to not do either of those things. If we close schools, we've told all of the people employed by this district that they will have a job. We'll have a spot for them. We're just people up here. You know, we are hearing what you're saying. We have the same concerns. We're scared too. But we've done this before and we've done it successfully. But don't think by any stretch that this is a pre-baked meeting, that these decisions are already made. So thanks again for coming out here.
And I think that you guys understand the fact that the deficit, what I'm hearing from you guys is the process, how it was done. You want to be a part of the process, and you need to be a part of the process, and you need to be communicated to, and there needs to be transparency. I've always given you transparency, and I'm going to continue to do that. So from here on in, I think that that's what we all need to do, and I think that I think the focus committee groups, it's hard for them to make decisions when they don't know the schools when they're around. I've invited trustees to go to Bean, to OL, to see our culture. That's important that they go to it. I've invited you trustees, have I not? And Nancy has gone, and I appreciate it. Nancy and Mary Ann has gone. So it's this way you can make good, conscious decisions. Without going to these schools, the trustees can't make good, conscious decisions. I don't believe that. So again, I'm hearing you exactly what you're saying, because I think you understand what Ms. Sharp just said and what John just said. You understand what's going on. It's just the process, the way it happened. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
I'll just conclude before we move into the business portion of the agenda. Thank you all for being here. It's valuable for us to hear your feedback and to hear your passion. And I would just remind our trustees, to remember your why and what our why is. And it is the children and the students in our district, and that we do the right thing. So hearing your feedback and ideas and thoughts has been very, very critical to this process. Thank you.
I want to apologize. Another group I want to acknowledge, the teachers, the staff, the paraprofessionals that spoke, took a lot of courage. And so thank you for sharing your voice as well.
Okay, we will now move into the business portion of the meeting. Aaron we had 4 people sign up at the door. So I will call your name, and just a reminder to our speakers, no presentation shall exceed 3 minutes, and a timer will go off at the completion of 3 minutes. I would ask that you conclude your comments within the time limit allowed. Okay, Milton Lee. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Board of Trustees, Superintendent. My name is Milton Lee. I'm the president of the Lubbock NAACP. I briefly want to go over some things that was mentioned. I'm also on the Future Focus Committee, and you started something a moment ago, Nancy, that I'm going to go on and talk about. One thing that hasn't been mentioned tonight to the parents and other people is that the LISD is $14.8 million in debt. And if that's where the closing of schools is probably going to take place, because you say you can't go back and fire any of the teachers that you just gave a promotion to last year. But is that the answer? I don't think so. I think that it hasn't been enough transparency. I think we need to be more inclusive in the things that we are talking about and have more patience. As I stated on concerning the future focus, you don't have enough time to really go over the situation or the issues that are being presented. I've been watching others. I've been to 3 meetings, I think it's been, and I've been watching the people that's at my table. I'm a very observant person, and I've noticed that there's not equality at the tables. There are some diversity, but when you have people who, and I'm using a phrase here, seem that they already know more about it, what's being talked about that night than you, then that worries me, because I don't like to vote on something that everybody is not aware of and being briefed on fully. And that's what's been happening with the future focus. It's been moving rapid. I'm thinking that the LISD want the schools or whatever they're going to do to take place before the fall semester starts up. But we need to stop and look, because this didn't just start this year. This started a couple of years ago with the consultants that you hired to come in and look at every one of these schools. These schools, and I hear the parents talking about the things that they have there, you already know that. You know it because the consultants told you when they went to each one of these schools to look at them. You already knew what the population was going to be. So you're leaving it now like, well, we got to do something. And this is the only way that we can reduce that deficit, is to close schools. And I disagree with that. I'm not going to say any more. Thank you.
Alice Lozada?
Good evening. My comments are going to come in the way of a resolution that was passed at our North Lubbock Neighborhood Association this week. Whereas the Lubbock Independent School District has proposed the closure and consolidation of several inner-city schools due to declining enrollment and budget constraints. Whereas the closure of inner-city schools disproportionately affects students from low-income families and minority communities, leading to increased travel times, overcrowded classrooms, and potential declines in academic performance. Whereas previous school closures within LISD have predominantly impacted minority students, exacerbating educational inequities and community disruption. Whereas community members have expressed significant concerns about the lack of transparency and rushed nature of the decision-making process regarding school closures. Whereas the preservation of neighborhood schools is essential for maintaining community cohesion, providing equitable access to education, and supporting local economies. Whereas many parents in the affected neighborhoods primarily speak Spanish, necessitating that all notices and communications regarding school closures be provided in both English and Spanish to ensure complete transparency and inclusivity. Therefore, be it resolved that the Lubbock ISD Board of Trustees shall halt any further closures of inner-city schools until a comprehensive impact study is conducted, including, but not limited to, number 1, community impact assessment, evaluating the social, economic, and educational impacts of school closures on affected communities. Number 2, equity analysis, ensuring that any proposed closures do not disproportionately impact marginalized communities. And number 3, alternative solutions, exploring other cost-saving measures and funding opportunities that do not involve closing schools. Be it further resolved that the LISD Board of Trustees shall engage in a transparent and inclusive decision-making process involving parents, students, teachers, and community stakeholders in all discussions and decisions related to school closures. Be it finally resolved that the LISD Board of Trustees shall prioritize the long-term success and well-being of students by maintaining and investing in inner-city schools to ensure that they provide quality education and support for every child. Thank you.
Thank you.
Erica Messick. Messick, thank you.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for allowing us to sign up at the door. The invite was closed when I tried to do the form earlier today. My name is Erica Meske, and I am a proud product of Wester Elementary School, where I started a portable in 6th grade and finished the year in the expansion, and Stewart Elementary, which is on the list to be closed. I was bused to Dunbar and to Lubbock High School. I served as a state vice president of the Texas Association of Future Educators, representing LISD in front of thousands of future teachers. I even received a small scholarship from LISD and Texas Tech University to pursue my teaching degree. My senior year at Texas Tech, I learned that I was the last remaining student still receiving this scholarship. They were so impressed with me that the superintendent at the time came to meet me at Bozeman Elementary School while I was student teaching, another school that is now closed. I have taught in LASD at Bozeman, now closed, at Honey, on the list to be closed, and Bean Elementary, also on the list to be closed. Between my years at Bozeman and Honey, I taught in Pasadena ISD near Houston Elementary, at a school that had 1,000 students, kindergarten through 4th grade. In my 4 years there was increased planning time needed as 9 teachers were trying to align all of our instruction for over 200 kindergarten students. There was also an increase of transition time due to the size of the campus. In this campus, strived to be a model school for conscious discipline, and Becky Bailey even came out to the campus. I got a hug. As after 4 years at this campus, there were still students and teachers I didn't know. Small schools are community builders and best for our teachers and students. With the exception of the 2 new schools that cost millions of dollars and will take 15 to 20 years to break even in cost savings, every school with a capacity of 590 students or higher is less than 80% currently utilized. But all but one of these schools is less than 75% utilized, with 3 of them being under 60% utilized. If empty seats are the problem, which is what we have been told, your data is saying larger schools don't solve this problem. I still talk with teachers, parents, and students from my years at Honey Elementary. In just 2 short years of teaching at Bean Elementary, I can and would talk with every staff member on campus. My students ask me every week while I am subbing at Bean or coaching my robotics team why I didn't return. They were engaged in my PLTW curriculum that I taught. They missed it, they enjoyed it, and there are now $20,000 in curriculum materials sitting unused in lockers on the campus. I was added to the surplus list when my position was cut and made a week into the surplus window. I was told by an executive principal that in order to apply for other positions, I had to resign, only to find out that it made me ineligible to be rehired. What is to prevent this happening from other teachers this go around? I am of Italian nationality, but the community and culture at Bean Elementary School welcomed me immediately. I took Spanish 1 and 2 in high school, but remembered very little. The students and staff have praised my effort, checked translated letters, and helped the newcomers understand my academic content special. Despite the history of this group being overlooked and being looked at as afterthought, after being overlooked and being an afterthought of those that look like me, I was still welcomed. Let's treat this community how they have treated others, such as myself.
Bethany Luna?
Hello. Hi. Okay, so the first thing I want to say is, can you hear me okay? All right. So the first and most important thing for me is to say that I see a difference in the board today than I did when I ran in 2021. You're looking at people, you're responsive, and I see things being written down, and that matters. I also had a conversation with Aaron Gregg after the Dupree closure, and I was told at a meeting that there was transparency then, and that y'all had done everything you could possibly do. And so the first thing that I want to say is that was not correct then, and I have seen changes in this effort, and it matters. And I found out a bit about this, actually. I was at an intensive, and just to kind of put the kind of anxiety, I was supposed to be holding space for someone else, and this came through on my Facebook. And immediately I start putting together, we need to do something, calling friends. I call Lala, I'm calling everyone I know to make sure. I am lucky enough to be at a school that has been removed from the list. Both of my girls will not be impacted today. And I know that if we do not do something, that they may be impacted in the future. And so My urge is that we pause the process and slow down and look at other things. I don't know what y'all have looked at because I haven't been told. So if you have looked at every other option, what were they? That's something I want to know as a parent and as a community member so that I can be behind and fully support what's happening instead of only partially. Hold on, wait. I forgot to look at my list. As I mentioned in my email that Nancy Sharp responded to, and she was the only person, even after Honey was removed from the list, which I appreciate and it's acknowledged. I moved to Honey because my children would have gone to the schools that are closing now, O.L. Slayton and lower income places. And I knew, because I worked for Lubbock ISD, the difference at the commencement in how people were viewed. So the thing for my family was move to one of the best rated schools so that my kids are safe. I didn't grow up in that. I grew up at a school like Bean because I am a biracial individual. And so I don't speak Spanish because my parents are silly. But I wish that I did. Okay, I think it's really important. I made a website to assist people writing letters, and I was able to put it in Spanish and English. I think it's really important that the Future Focus Committee is written in Spanish and English for ease of access to all of the community. It was asked if we needed translation for people who are hard of hearing, which is beautiful and amazing. But we also knew that today there would be a large number of individuals who struggle to understand Spanish. Why was that not put in place for today? The last thing that I'll say. I'm here for that. Great. These are the decisions that I think, thank you for telling me that. Was that said? Anyways, it doesn't matter. These are the decisions that are not outwardly expressed that create a space where we don't feel like we're safe. And people who don't feel safe get angry. And anger is not what we need right now in our country, and it's not the place we need to be. So I hope that y'all really listen and continue to have different conversations and continue to work on the transparency. Thank you.
And actually, I'll address that, Ms. Luna, that we do have interpreters here that if you'd like a headset so that we can, the presentations and some of the business that we'll be doing, you can have a head. Is there anybody here who would like a headset for interpretation of the business items that are?
Should have done that in the beginning. And a lot of them are I'm sure.
Okay. Right. Hearing none at this point.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will move into the business portion, financials. So we'll look at the approval of the budget summary report for the month ending September 30th, 2024, budget amendments and budget transfers for the month of September 2024, statement of taxes collected for the month ending September 30th, 2024, and the investment report for the period of September 1st through September 30th, 2024.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. First page is your budget summary from ending September 30th. Everything is right on track with percentages. The ones that have a couple of high percentages are front-loaded. That means that we pay for things early and then they're not used the rest of the year. Your second page is the debt service. Our debt service is right on track. You notice that we did do an escrow for the defeasance. Then the next one is our food service. Our food service is actually sitting really well. We are doing very well in our food service account. And then we did have some money spent in our capital expenditure projects. That's our bonds that we're spending. We're doing the hardening projects and finishing those up. So moving on to the next page is our budget summary of our grants that we receive. And the one that I point to you is we have spent all of our ESSER funds. It is at zero. The rest of them are right on track. Budget amendments, the one large budget amendment we have is for the recognition of the funds donated for the Pete Regas scoreboard. We have the Head Start budget summary, and they are doing very well with their funds. We are still We have not collected many taxes. It is still early in the year, and so it'll be after the first year that we start collecting a lot of taxes, so it's still very minimal on the tax collection. And then our next to the last page is the investments. We have dropped just slightly, just with the change in interest rates and stuff, but we're still at 6.18, which is very good for our investments. Be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have a motion to approve the September 2024 financial reports as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. Was there a second? Thank you. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Consent agenda. Do we have consider board approval of minutes for the regular meeting and workshop held October 17th, 2024? Do we have any corrections to the minutes from the October meeting of the board as printed and distributed? Hearing none, the minutes are approved as printed. Okay. Item number 6, the recommendations to the board from the Future Focus Committee. I will turn this over to Dr. Rollo to proceed, and we'll take a minute to get set up here, please.
Thank you, everyone. And I too, as the trustees all said, I want to thank you for being here. That means a lot. And I think back to our previous meetings that we had throughout the spring and when we adopted our budget in June and when we had these conversations about the difficulties we were facing. It's great to see so many people engaged. So thank you for taking the time, and thank you for speaking and for sharing your concerns. And as the trustees also said, the decision has not been made, and so I know that we have all listened to you tonight, so thank you. So I'll jump into our presentation for you today. And I want to start with, how did we get here? Trustees, you know the budget situation that we are in. We have, as Trustee Wedegee very clearly and eloquently said, this is the last place that we want to be doing. This is the last thing we want to be doing, is closing schools. We know it's not easy, it's hard, and having been a lifelong Lubbock ISD employee and resident and product, this community is very, very important to me personally and to me as the leader of the district. We have made a lot of adjustments and cuts and looked where we could trim just about anything that we possibly could, and we're also looking at what we can do in addition to this possibility. Just a few examples of those are we eliminated double blocking in math. We have realigned our C&I department to be more streamlined and strategic. Vacant positions at central office, many of them, most of them, we have not replaced. We have tried to reduce as much as we possibly can. And we will continue to do so. We've looked at travel, we've looked at both staff and student travel and tightening procedures around that. We have looked at athletics. We've actually changed our athletic model to be more streamlined so that we can make sure we're being the best stewards of our taxpayer resources. We do have some bookends. We've talked about bookends in community meetings. One of those is we did approve our budget in June. That did include a raise for our teachers. We went to a 2% raise for most employees, but a 6% for our paraprofessionals to try to get them closer to a living wage. That was important to you guys, and it was important to us as well. We knew that was going to create a deficit from the beginning. And then when we approved our insurance plan, we decided to cut the increase that our employees would be facing in their premiums in half and do it over 2 years. And then that increased our deficit budget even more. All of that is appropriate as far as what we needed to do to support our employees. But we do have timelines that we have to meet. One of those is coming up very quickly, and that is our student transfer window. We want families to know what their choices are, and Misty's going to talk more about that, or Aaron's going to talk more about that timeline in detail a little bit later. We have student transfers, we have student choice sheets, where our secondary students and our fifth graders who are going into middle school have the opportunity to decide what courses they want to take for electives. And then, of course, we have staffing, and we want to make sure that we have the choice sheets done so that we know what positions we need to fill. And so we want to make sure people feel less anxiety about where they could potentially be going as an employee by moving that staffing timeline to get people placed and ready to start the new school year in a very effective manner. So we do have some bookends here with some of these decisions. You know, we have a $14.8 million deficit, as do many districts around the state of Texas, if not all, or most, I should say. And there are many reasons for that deficit. As has been already stated, we have had no meaningful additional revenue from the state since 2019. And you'll see later what that has done as far as affected us with inflation cost going up. We have underfunded mandates that we have witnessed that, and an example of that is our police officers. We're required by law now to have an armed police officer at every campus, and we were given $15,000 per campus to do that. So that is something that that put us, in a tighter strain. One thing that we're really proud of in Lubbock ISD is that we offer a very wide variety of options for our families, a wide variety of programs. Misty's going to talk some more about that in a little bit, but fine arts, not just the basic fine arts, but we offer ballet folklorico. We offer mariachi. We offer a lot of options for our kids to thrive. Our career and technical education courses, I would put against any others in the state. We offer our kids so many career opportunity pathways. Our dual language program that you heard passion about tonight. Our dual language program is one of the best that I've ever seen, and it just produces really great results for kids. We support dual language. It is a more expensive way to serve our students, and so we want to be committed to that. We also want to make sure that we're providing specialty programs at our campuses so that families have choices. You guys know we have the Estacado Early College High School that has been a shining star in Lubbock ISD. We have Project Lead the Way. We have International Baccalaureate, and I'm just naming a few things. But when we look at a budget and we know that we cannot sustain a $14.8 million deficit budget over multiple years, we have to look at staff and programs and compare that with facilities. And as Trustee Wedegee said, it's hard to think about losing programs where our kids are thriving if we can make some facility adjustments to help make up some of that difference in that deficit budget. So the Future Focus Committee, what is this group? It's a group of community members. There are some district staff, teachers, there's some stakeholders, there's parents. We even have students on this committee. They are tasked with helping us plan for the future of Lubbock ISD's schools. The work is designed to ensure that every student has equitable access to a high-quality education by making informed decisions about our district's facilities and resources. And I want to take a moment, and I don't know if some of them are still in the room, but I want to thank the members of this committee. It is hard work, and it is heart work, because when you're talking about neighborhood schools, people have their heart in those schools. So I want to thank them. It's a huge investment of time, a huge investment of energy, and many of them were here earlier and some are still in this room tonight. But I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for stepping up and being willing to serve in this way. I know it has not been easy. How were the members of this committee selected? Invitations to participate were sent to people who were suggested by you. The trustees were allowed to give us names of people that they felt would represent their communities. We also invited graduates from the last 2 years of the Community Leadership Academy. And just a quick plug for those of you in the audience, the Community Leadership Academy is, if you've heard of the Chamber of Commerce's Leadership Lubbock, this is our version of that, and it is a year-long program, and participants meet once a month, and we do a deep dive into different topics about the district. And it's a wide variety of community members who participate in that, and that program has grown, but we have done 2 full years, and then we have a new cohort who is in the program this year. But I put a plug in for that, so look for that when we put that out next year if you're interested in being a part of that. It's a great way to learn about the inner workings of Lubbock ISD and everything it does to support our students. We also invited high school students who are part of our Superintendent's Ambassadors program and our Superintendent Student Advisory Council program. These are students who apply to be a part of that and who want to participate in those programs. Participants had to commit to attend at least 7 of the 8 committee meetings, because it's like not watching a movie but just hearing a friend tell you about the movie. If you're not in the movie, you really don't get the full picture. So we needed people who could participate in at least 7 of 8 of those meetings. We invited 212 people, and we had 122 people who agreed to serve, and at the first meeting we had 106 people. So it's a large group representing all parts of our community. I acknowledge that we did not have a representative from every campus that could potentially be affected by this, but we did have a very large group of people there. Why do we need this committee? We need it because we need to address important challenges that we are facing as a school district, like declining enrollment, like our aging facilities, our budget pressures, and then most importantly, our student experiences. We want to make sure that all of our kids have equitable access to the great programs that we offer in our community. So we're working to develop a plan that supports long-term student success and meets the needs of our entire community. Our mission in Lubbock ISD drives everything we do. It's the reason behind every decision, every initiative, and every action. And our mission is to nurture, develop, and inspire every child every day. And that drives us to create the best opportunities we can for every student to grow and succeed. The health of Lubbock ISD directly affects the health of our Lubbock community as a whole, because we are the largest district in Lubbock County. We serve right at 24,000 students, and we have 3,200 employees. We're one of the largest employers in this area. Our students are our why, and we have to make sure that Lubbock ISD is a healthy school district moving into the future, because the health of our community depends on that. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wilkins, our Chief Financial Officer, and he's going to share some information with you.
Okay, if you look at this slide shows enrollment trends of Lubbock ISD for the past 10 years. This is just a snippet. This is a historical trend. It shows we're a declining enrollment district. Go to the next. And then this slide here shows it projected out to 2030. It has 3 separate lines. It has a low, a moderate, and a high projection, and you can kind of see where we're falling as of 8/26/24. We're at 23,526 students. So we're trending basically pretty close on the moderate there. This slide here is a historical comparison of capacity versus enrollment of our elementary schools. You can see back in 2010 we had 41 elementary schools, and now currently today we have 28, and projected or proposed is 26 campuses. And so you can see out to 2030 kind of how we would need to close that gap. Okay. This slide reflects the birth rates, and you can kind of see the schools that have been consolidated along with the birth rates. And if you look, you can see the pink or reddish is 50% decline or better, and then the yellow is 10 to 20, the orange is 25 to 50, the green is less than 10%, and you can see the only increase is outside of the Lubbock ISD boundaries. Okay. This slide, many of you have seen. It shows our deficit, but it also shows inflation, all things that we felt in our own homes, in our pocketbooks, and we feel it here at the school too. And this is just since 2019, the percentage of that things have increased here at the school. Okay. And then how that affects us with what we're currently getting funding-wise. If you look, the blue line is the basic allotment. That's the amount that the state provides us for every kid minus the weighted funding. This is just the basic funding. You can see that about every 2 to 4 years, it increases historically, except for the last, starting in 2020 and remaining to today, it has not increased. The red line is inflation. You can kind of see if we were getting paid what inflation should be, it would be around $7,900. The difference between the blue and the red is a little over $45 million.
So we talk about the impact of finances as we make decisions, but it's also really important to talk about the student experience. And when we talk about the student experience and things that we aren't able to offer in small schools, for example, we'll talk about O.L. Slayton, and we'll talk about that students there don't have the opportunity to be in choir. Students there don't have the opportunity to be in dance like they do at Dunbar. Students there don't have the opportunity to be in orchestra. Many times we aren't able to have B teams for all of their sports. That's not just about finances, that's about numbers. If you don't have enough students to participate in a program, you can't perform. You can't compete. You don't have enough kids, and kids have to make choices about what they want to put in their schedule. Everybody takes math, everybody takes reading, everybody takes those basic things, but you can't be in everything else. And if you don't have enough kids to compile all of those other opportunities, then we don't have enough students to offer the same things. Then we start to talk about equity. What does it look like across the district if I go to one school or another and I make different choices about what I get to be in and what I have the chance to participate in?
So as we've gone through, you've heard us refer to, well, what are we doing versus what maybe some other districts around the state. And so these next two graphics are gonna talk to you or show you and indicate the number of elementary campuses. This first one is elementary campuses and compared to some of the other districts. And you can see the red bar indicating we have our 28 elementary campuses versus some of the other districts that you see listed there. And so, and looking at not just any district, but rather districts that fit within the enrollment ranges that you see there at the top. So these are districts that are similar in size to us in Lubbock ISD. So we looked at those. The next graphic you're going to see indicates where we compare same enrollment range, but at the middle school or junior high campuses. Some districts call them junior high campuses, other districts call them middle school campuses. And so once again, you can see our number of middle school campuses in comparison to districts similar to us in enrollment size and how many middle schools each of those indicate. And so are we in this situation alone? And the answer to that is no. There's this graphic really indicates to you these are all school districts that we are aware of that are either considering or have gone through a consolidation process. You see the dots indicated there. And so this isn't a local Lubbock ISD issue, but rather an issue that is across the state of Texas. The Metroplex isn't immune to it. The big cities are not immune to it. And obviously us out here in West Texas, we are not immune to it. And honestly, a quick exercise, just get on Google and Google Texas school consolidations, and you can scroll through the number, all of the press information regarding other school districts that are going through the very thing that are the very painful thing that our district is having to go through. A trustee alluded to, we've done this before and we've done it successfully. And so the next graphic that you see is our the graphic indicating Anita Carmona Harrison. As y'all recall, we went through this same process in consolidating Wright, Guadalupe, and Jackson Elementary to our beautiful Anita Carmona Harrison That campus currently serves 528 students with a cost per student reduced by $3,600 per student. So there's been a lot of questions about, well, how much money are you going to save when you close these campuses? And this is data that we did not give in creating this graphic. This is data that's pulled off the TEA website that would indicate somewhere in the range of $1.8 million on an annual basis for consolidating the 3 schools into Anita Carmona. And so I will turn it over to Erin to take us on through this next part of the presentation.
As Dr. Olo mentioned, we have 8 meetings scheduled for the Future Focus Committee, and we've had 3 so far. And you can see we've outlined at least a basic idea of what we're going to do going forward. The work up to this point has really just included considerations for what would happen in the 2025-2026 school year without a bond. And going forward, we'll be discussing some options that would require a bond to move forward. On the next slide, it's more of a visual representation of where we've been up to this point. So you can see we've had 3 meetings on October 15th, October 29th, and November 12th. On October 31st, we adjusted the timeline to give more time to have these conversations, and that was based on committee feedback and community feedback. And in the interim, we also had more than 20 campus meetings at affected campuses with faculty, staff, parents, and some community members that also came. And you can see tonight, we're here on November 21st to present the recommendations from this work. We have worked to keep LubbockISD.org/futurefocus updated. We have provided all of the information. It's completely updated, including the information we sent last night in both English and Spanish, where people can visit. They can see the meeting presentations, they can see the handouts we provide, and we have some videos that we keep adding to the page to keep community members who want to know what we're doing in the loop of what's happening with the Future Focus Committee. And one of the things that you've probably heard about multiple times already is why we're making these considerations now. And the 2 big reasons around the timing of this, first is around transfers, because our transfer window is going to open on December 9th for the 2025-2026 school year. And it's important that whenever families are submitting transfers for schools that they want their children to attend, that we have made these decisions that would impact next school year before that window opens. It actually opens earlier than it used to, and it's not on a first-come, first-served basis. It's just as long as you get the submission in that time. It will pause over the holiday break from December 20th to January 6th when it reopens, and then permanently close for the next school year on January 17th. But as you can imagine, this also affects our staffing timeline. So it's important to get these decisions made. In addition to the transfer numbers, when the course selections begin, you can see the timeline that follows that and how we have to plan for staffing, because we have to have those numbers around transfers and also course offerings so that then we can staff appropriately going into the next school year.
All right, so now I will jump into recommendations. In the second Future Focus meeting, the first one was more of an overview of the process. We talked through potential pairings, some that would involve a bond, some that would not. But at the end, we really focused on those that we could do in phase 1 for the 25-26 school year. In the second meeting, we extended the table talk discussion time to 15 minutes per table, and then they had a chance to ask a table question. And then at the end of hearing those potential pairings that could happen in phase 1, the table groups did a card sort activity. They sorted their cards, which were the potential pairings, into a yes, a maybe, or a no stack. And when they did that, these were the voting results from that. So as you can clearly see, the 3 options that you see listed first were the 3 that had the most support from the committee. The remaining options, there were more maybes, and then anything that doesn't equal 10 means that that option for that pairing was in the no category. And then we did a separate activity after that, because we also wanted to hear not just table voice, a consensus voice for each table, but we wanted the individuals on the committee to have the opportunity to vote with dots. So each individual committee member was given 7 dots, and they were given the opportunity to place their dots on options that they felt like they personally, individually could support. So these were the voting results for the individual dot votes. And you can see that Bean and Hodges to O.L. Slayton received the most. O.L. Slayton to Atkins and Dunbar received the second to most. And Overton to Rush received the third most. The others, there was not a whole lot of individual support for those options. So that is why the campuses that were moved forward were moved forward. You saw on the slide that Aaron showed you, we had community meetings at the potentially affected schools in between these meetings. And from that, we were presented with 3 additional options that we decided to take back to the Future Focus Committee to consider looking at. And so we presented those options. We gave them 15 minutes to discuss at their table, come up with a table question, and then we answered those questions. And so at the third meeting, 3 additional options were considered. One of those was, do you support Hodges moving to Harwell and Bean? And so this option would take the students from Hodges and rezone them to Harwell and Bean. So the committee looked at that, and you can see that that was overwhelmingly a negative response. That was not something that the committee supported. Then they were asked if you would want to pair Harwell and Bean to the O.L. Slayton building or Hodges and Bean to the O.L. Slayton building. And you can see by this one that the Bean and Hodges to O.L. Slayton received 65.1% of the votes. And you can see that the other ones were not as favored. There was a question, one of the options was to support Hodges moving to Bayless. And you can see that that one, there was support for that. And so that is something to keep in mind as well. At the end of the day, we are bringing 3 recommendations to you to think about and then consider when we have our special called meeting on December the 4th. So the first one that we are recommending to you is that we consider partnering Overton Elementary to Rush Elementary. You can see that Rush Elementary currently has 336 students. It has a building capacity of 511 students. You can also see that Overton Elementary currently has 260 students with a capacity of 393. If we combine the 2 schools, it would take the population anywhere from 519 to 558. With a capacity of 511, we would absolutely honor what we call legacy transfers, and that means people who are at Rush Elementary or Overton Elementary currently on a transfer. We would allow them to continue to finish at that school until they graduate from 5th grade. And then also legacy transfers include siblings. So if there are younger siblings, we would want to allow the younger siblings to also be transferred. And so we could potentially have 2 portables for the first 2 years for those to make sure we can accommodate those legacy transfers. But over time, we could actually probably do away with those 2 portables. I also want to share that by making this partnering, by combining these 2 schools, that avoids $9.4 million in capital renewal over the next 10 years. There is a Deaf Ed program currently at Overton. It is our School for the Deaf, and that program would go with the students to Rush, the program with the teachers. Our next recommendation to you is the O.L. Slayton students being rezoned to both Atkins and Dunbar. This one is really more about an equity concern, and that our students at O.L. Slayton, which is our smallest middle school in Lubbock ISD, do not have the same opportunities right now that our other middle school students do at some larger middle schools. We also this idea of moving the students to Adkins and Dunbar also helps potentially with enrollment at Dunbar, increasing opportunities for students at Dunbar with more students there. So you can see right now, O.L. Slayton Middle School serves 323 students. Atkins currently serves 440. It has a capacity of 703. If we rezoned the O.L. Slayton students to Dunbar and Atkins, that would take Atkins to 627 to 762, depending on transfers. And again, we would honor legacy transfers. It has a building capacity of 703, so there could be an addition of some portables or some rearranging of that. And then Dunbar, it would take them to 492 to 521. They currently have a capacity of 723 students, and so they certainly could fit at Dunbar. And then our next recommendation for your consideration is to take Bean and Hodges and pair them at O.L. Slayton. You can see that Bean currently serves 449 students with a capacity of 688. Hodges Elementary is our smallest enrollment of any of our elementary schools in Lubbock ISD at this time. They serve 291 students with a capacity of 590 students. And so we would propose moving them to the O.L. Slayton building. That would take their enrollment from 740 to 799 with a current capacity of 754. We would have a one-time cost to convert some spaces to classrooms, particularly for our pre-K students, to make that building appropriate for them. But it would avoid, over time, $14.2 million in capital renewal over 10 years. I want to make certain that you know that Lubbock ISD values tremendously our dual language program. That program would move to the new whatever the new O.L. Slayton facility, if it has a new name, that's a possibility too. That dual language program would go to that facility with the students. And that would also give Hodges Elementary students, the new students, the opportunity to participate in that program. You can't start dual language when you're older, but you can start it in pre-K and kinder. And it also, Hodges has a 3-year-old pre-K program that would move with the students as well. So that would also give the Bean students the opportunity to participate in a 3-year-old program as well. As you guys are very well aware, we did slow down the process slightly, but remember our bookends and our timelines. Our updated timeline takes into consideration the need to provide students and families the opportunity to apply for transfers, for students to fill out their choice sheets, for us to begin our staffing timelines. It also helps us with budget planning, which will start very soon. It's already in process. And then we wanted to slow it down a little bit so that we had more of an opportunity to hear community voice, which you've heard community voice tonight. So tonight, we're considering these recommendations. And then Wednesday, December 4th at 6 p.m. is when we'll bring them to you for potential action. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have and listen to any thoughts that you may have. I do want to say one more thing. I know this is hard. I was the principal of a school for 10 years in Lubbock ISD that is not in existence anymore. And I taught in several schools that have been consolidated and closed over the years. I know this is hard. When people spend time in a school, schools are special, special places. But I want to assure you guys, and I want to assure the community, that when you walk into some of the schools that we've consolidated, when you walk into Miller Elementary, when you walk into Irvin Elementary, when you walk into Hardwick Elementary, when you walk into Brown Elementary, which is where the Dupree students are now attending, when you walk into Carmona Harrison Elementary, students are happy, families are happy, families are engaged. So I want you to know, I know how hard this is. It's hard for me too. This is the last thing that I want to be doing. But I know that there is goodness on the other side too for our kids. And we want to make sure we can continue to offer the great programs that we do. Thank you.
Trustees, questions, comments?
I feel disheartening because I feel like everything everybody just talked about, it fell in deaf ears. That's how I'm feeling right now. I don't know the way you trustees feel. And I know decisions need to be made, and I know that it's been rushed, and I still wish that there was a way we could halt it and do it the right way, where it should have been a year process and included you guys. So I hate that you guys came up here, and I heard Trustee Jason just say, I'm hearing you guys, what you are saying, but
Well, wait.
are we? I don't feel like that's the case.
It's not falling on deaf ears. We're hearing this. This
But-
was presented
but
to
what we're
us, and so
hearing-
we're
what
listening.
I'm hearing is, this is what we have
This is
to,
what we have
the
to
recommendations,
today.
that's what I'm saying. But everything they said is the opposite of what this recommendation is saying.
That's what we're here to
I'm
discuss,
saying.
though, what we-
That's what, and so do we get to talk about that?
Sure.
Still, are we gonna go back and say, okay, you know what, we're going to listen and do this and that, regardless, because we have proposals that being made. We have a proposal that Hodges made, you know, and I've listened to those proposals. So I think that those are important, so then, okay, I'm gonna hold that with you guys and believe that that's the process. Okay, you guys heard that.
Dr. Rollo, in the presentation as you're presenting it, the Bean and Hodges to OL Slayton, where would those kids feed in for middle school and then for high school?
The elementary school that would be in the, if this goes forward, the elementary school that would be in the OL Slayton facility would actually be zoned to Dunbar. Some of the students who are Hodges Elementary is already zoned to Dunbar. So this would just be adding the Bean students to be zoned to Dunbar if they live in that. And if they're a live-in student in that area, they would also automatically be able to transfer to Dunbar if they are in the Bean, this building. The students who are on the other side of Avenue Q, who are zoned to OL Slayton, those would go to Atkins. And those students currently right now go to Brown Elementary, and Brown Elementary does feed into Atkins.
So we saw on the slides that some deferred maintenance over 10 years looked like about $25 million in cost savings over 10 years. Do we have numbers on the operational cost savings as well?
Yes, we will see some immediate savings. And Dr. Wilkins, do you want to address that?
We will see some immediate savings. It's very minimal to start with because we're going to take care of our teachers. And over time, with reducing our footprint, we can reduce teachers through attrition over time. But since we're going to take care of our teachers, we're going to see a small operational savings at first. And then once we decide what to do at the buildings, we will see property insurance savings at that time.
I have a question about school sizes. So looking through here, I mean, being in Hodges to OL Slayton, that becomes a pretty large elementary school. Looking back through some of the data that we've received in terms of school size, it looks like Anita Carmona Harrison and Miller are the two largest or among the largest schools. I would just ask in terms of programming, student access to teachers. I know there's been concern about that. Can you speak a little bit
Sure.
about a larger school and if that detracts at all from what a student's able to get in terms of experience?
We've actually seen in our schools that we have already consolidated, such as Miller Elementary and some of our other schools, Irvin Elementary, we've actually seen, because these are still not mega schools.
Right.
I consider a mega school 1,000 students or more, and that's too large for me too. And we heard one of our teachers share her experience being in a school with that many students. But when you have 5 or 6 teachers at a grade level instead of 1 or 2, You have more people to collaborate with. There's more people to share the extra duties as assigned, and so you have more teammates to be able to take on additional things. You have access to a full-time counselor. In the past, and even now, we have some schools that are sharing counselors because we just can't afford to put one at a school that is teeny, teeny, tiny. And then you also, in the past, we're not there right now, but in the past, we've had schools that have shared assistant principals. We have very robust communities and schools programs. We have some great after-school programs. So more students have access to some of those resources in a little bit larger campus. Again, not a mega campus.
Thank you.
Dr. Rollo, talk a little bit about how the O.L. Slayton building would actually work as an elementary school.
Certainly. So there are some spaces in O.L. Slayton right now that are used for some secondary level elective courses. And some of those spaces can be, I'm trying to think of the word, can be redesigned to be classrooms. And so it would just be making some spaces that are already there into classrooms that work for younger students.
But then there would also be like playground, and there
Oh,
would be some
yes.
exterior things that would have to be.
Absolutely. We would make sure that they have both playgrounds, the one for the pre-K kinder kids and one for the older kids. And then we would also look at some fencing to provide some additional safety measures. And then we would also look at another drop-off drive-through.
Not another one.
One, yeah.
Yeah, because there's not one there now, yeah.
That was the question I was going to ask you about the safety measures, because that is a concern. That's such a busy street, Q and 34th.
You really alluded to this, but I just want to clarify, because this question has been asked a lot. In a consolidated campus, our student-teacher ratios will still not exceed because we'll have more faculty. Can you expand on that?
So in Texas law, in kindergarten through 4th grade, classroom sizes are capped at 22-1. Now, there are cases where we've applied for a waiver if we have 1 or 2 students over that, but we are capped by law, so there are not going to be classes with 30 kids in them. If you have a 22-1 ratio, then you're going to need enough teachers to be able to stay in that ratio. Pre-K is actually 18-2, a teacher and a teaching assistant. And the 3-year-old pre-K, 16?
20 and 4 and 18 and 3.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry. 18 and 3 and 20 and 2.
So we will have capacity staff-wise to keep those student-teacher ratios no bigger than they are now.
Yes.
By law, yeah. Thank you.
And 5th grade, there's not a cap at the state level, but we try to keep that no more than 25 students per teacher.
We had a teacher that came up here, and she was concerned about that every teacher would get a job. But actually, the comment you made was if they're in good standing. I just want you to clarify that, would you please?
Sure. So in good standing means that there are no performance issues, and those have to be documented, and that is a process. So that's something that is in place now, with or without consolidations. An example would be if we have an adjunct instructor who is working on alternative certification. If there's progress made toward that certification, then of course they would be guaranteed a job. If there's not progress, then they may not, but that would happen regardless of this.
I just wanted to make that clear because that's important that that isn't the case. Not everybody, because of, we're not perfect. So I just want to correct that to you, to the question you had asked earlier.
Also, can you clarify, so this does not contemplate any Harwell at this time, but this would not affect their dual language program?
No.
This is only moving what Bean has to the OL campus, so Harwell
Yes.
still maintains that.
Yes.
We heard some comments from several Future Focus Committee members. Right? And if we could go back initially, there was a large group of pairings that were provided to be considered. And then by the second meeting, some of those were removed from consideration. Can you talk a little bit about how were those pairings initially developed and why were they pared down for the second meeting?
Certainly. So the initial pairings were part of our facility assessment and looking at what our facility needs were. We looked at the age of the buildings. We looked at geographic location of different schools. Some schools made sense to pair together just because they're closer together. We also looked at feeder patterns, and some of the pairing options, both for phase 1 and for future phases, crossed feeder pattern lines, and so that was something that was considered too. The list was pared down because we just looked at phase 1 potential. So phase 2 and beyond, those will be done in the next 5 meetings. And there's definitely room for, we're not up against the same, we still have a timeline, but we're not up against the same timeline for those, because those would require a bond election and require construction. But we showed them in the first meeting potential options for both phases.
So Kathy, let me just ask you one more question. So Harwell is off of phase 1. So where does that leave them?
Harwell is not our recommendation for phase 1.
Right.
There are some potential pairings for a future phase, but again, this committee will give us input. And I know there is Harwell representation on the committee.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, trustees?
Yeah, I think I'd like to follow up a point Ms. Sharp made earlier. You know, she mentioned 3,600 empty elementary seats. Okay, I think it's also important for the public to know we have 2,500 empty middle school seats. I can only speak for myself, but in this process, no one takes any joy in considering any school closure. There's not a single person that doesn't desire to have a school close by their home. But unfortunately, due to many things, at the top of that list is how we are funded. Neighborhood schools are not financially feasible anymore because it impacts what we're able to do. It impacts what we're able to pay these teachers that are here tonight. And I think they would speak over the past, I've been on the board for 6 years, and we've not been able to pay teachers or paraprofessionals or administrators the value that they truly bring to our schools, to our families, to our kids. And, it's a give and take. And I understand the frustration that people feel this is rushed to even consider it, regardless of what happens. I also understand the frustration that, you just woke up yesterday and you're looking at this. For anyone who's paid any attention to these meetings, and I can only speak for myself and for the 6 years in the past, we have constantly, every budget that we've approved, every pay raise that was given or not given, every insurance renewal that was reviewed with respect to health, it has been discussed the dire position that we find ourselves in. And it's not parents' faults, it's not students' faults, it's not teachers' faults. It is the nature of our school district. We are an inner city school district with aging facilities, with homes in neighborhoods where people aren't moving out of. And while that's a good thing for families to be placed in their same home for decades, it doesn't allow for new children to come into those same areas. And so we have a utilization problem at almost every single one of our elementary schools. That's not a north side problem. That's not an east side problem. That's not a south side problem. It is a Lubbock ISD problem. And it's the same problem that we're having at middle school. It's the same problem that, quite frankly, we're having at high schools. I'm going to tell you, there's going to come a time where a board in 15 or 20 years is talking about our 4 high schools, 5 if you include Talkington, in the same manner that Wichita Falls just did with their 4 high schools. Nobody desires to close buildings. The vast majority of our buildings are 80 years old plus. And I think what gets lost sometimes is the cost to maintain our facilities, those older facilities, and they're beautiful. I walked O.L. Slayton the other day, the entire building, upstairs, downstairs, some closets I don't think have been opened in years, and it's immaculate. The cleanliness of the facility is off the chart. But the condition of that building, all buildings, our roofs, our AC units, there's a lot of cost that goes in that comes out of maintenance and operation. That's the same budget that we use to pay people. That's the same budget that we use to increase programming, whether it be the dual language program, whether it be Project Lead the Way, whether it be IB. And so, I don't know what decision this board will make. And I can tell you again, the statements that were made, not only tonight, it's been over the last 2 months from every area of Lubbock, is impactful. Nobody takes joy in hearing that and then trying to go out and make a decision. It's not one that's easy. But what I will tell you is, regardless of what decision is made in the next on December 4th or thereafter, I think it's communities asking for truthfulness. From Ryan Curry, I will tell you, things have to be done. Whether they're done today or not, is obviously up for question. But we are in a position that if we do not take care of some of these glaring issues, we will not have a district that is able to offer the things that some of us love in our various schools. And so I just say that from the heart to say that none of this is fun. None of this is easy. No matter what decision we make, we're going to impact people. Because let's say the decision from the board is to do nothing. The next thing that happens is there's a teacher rift, because that's the largest portion of the budget. I think the last time that happened was in 2007 or 2008. And I know that board back then, I would assume, took no joy in that. And the parents that came and spoke, and the ones that we've heard from emails and whatnot, I think what makes their school are the human capital that's in their classrooms. And so, we want to take care of the families, but we also want to take care of the people that are loving on those children. And so I give you the data so you know what we're up against. And regardless of the financial position and how much we get funded down the road, we do not have the capability to take care of as many facilities as we have with the number of empty seats that we have in each one of those facilities. Again, that's in every walk of Lubbock. That is in every level of education. And so I think it's important for those of you that are still here and those that came before to know the reality of what we're facing. And it's not new, and it's not something that's been thrown against the wall. We have constantly talked about what we can do, and we've kind of stretched and pushed. And ESSER dollars helped, honestly, kind of push any kind of conversation for the 3 years that we were able to get that, because we utilized it in a way that made sense to take care of the people in the classrooms and some additional things that didn't have to come out of our traditional maintenance and operations budget. So for what that's worth, I think it's important for you to know.
I know it's next phase, but I just want to keep in mind, we've built in the last probably not quite 15 years, 3 new schools, and the cost of those was more in the 25, and now what's the estimated cost to build a new school?
So Carmona Harrison was $25 million, and that came with a bond that was out of bond, our 2018 bond, which we are so grateful to our community, because that allowed us to do so much. But that school cost $25 million. It is in North Lubbock. Now would be about 40 million.
40. And so that was North Lubbock. We built a brand new school in Irvin.
Yes.
That is farther east Lubbock, and then Miller, which is south. So those have been pretty equitably, they've been scattered around the community. But the cost of that to build a new school with any kind of consolidation would be, no way that's possible without a bond election.
Yes, that is correct.
But that's an opportunity that's on the table for discussion too.
On phase 2.
I mean, I want to do the right thing. I hesitate to rush into this and not make it the right decision for our kids. So I think for the next 2 weeks before we vote on this, we need to think about that and look at the schools and think about the comments we heard tonight and listen to our families and make sure that this is the right move. Whatever we end up going with, and maybe there's a better solution down the road that we need to look into. Something just.
We just finishing hardening schools. Ballpark figure on that bond, it was through bond, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
much was each school that we hardened? And now we have elementaries that are not even gonna utilize it.
I can address that. They were varying costs. Some were much more expensive than others just because of the nature of the building, and our buildings are so unique. So it was varying cost. Our total in that bucket was for safety and security. Yeah, 50 million. It was 50 million.
So now what happens
total.
with all that new equipment that's in there?
So
What are
some
we
of it
gonna
could
do?
be repurposed, but I can justify that we have kids in those buildings.
Well, yeah, we have
right
kids there now.
And so
But I'm talking about it, whatever happens at the end and there is empty buildings, how are we gonna utilize that equipment?
So cameras can be repurposed.
We
Sound
would
systems.
absolutely go through each of those, any facility that we go through the consolidation process that we're going to, put up for sale or whatever. We'll go through and take out any of the equipment that we can repurpose, door fobs, the tap badges, we can pull those off. If, depending on the newness of the HVAC system, we can go through and pull those off. The thermostats, these thermostats that you see, they're specific to the system that we use. You can't use those if you don't have the Allerton system. So we would go through and pull those thermostats. Now you can just go to Home Depot and buy whatever thermostat and connect it to the same wires that that's connected to. But controlling it the way we can control it from a central location is you can't do that unless you have that. So we would go through each of those facilities and take out the equipment and infrastructure that we can repurpose to any of our other facilities that we're not getting rid of.
That's a question that some of our
Yes.
families have been asking, and we haven't really talked about it and said anything about it. I don't even believe amongst us, and if I did, I missed it. Have we talked about it? What we were gonna do?
I don't think
Okay, okay, so I think that's important, that we do know and let the public know, whatever ends up happening, that we save everything that we can. We can't be wasting any money, as you know. But
Absolutely.
I don't think that, you guys may have taken accountability, but you guys didn't tell us about the accountability you were going to do. So it's important you keep us posted.
Absolutely.
Last thing I think I've heard you say before at community meetings, Dr. Rollo, that we're not going to leave a building. Should we have an empty building? And even empty buildings that we have now, we're going to deal with those. You want to kind of talk a little bit more?
So I can share with Guadalupe, Jackson, and Wright that Jackson is now in the hands of Tomorrow's Leaders, a nonprofit organization, and Guadalupe is now in the hands of the Catholic Diocese of Lubbock. And so both of those buildings are being utilized. Wright, we have not done anything with yet because Food to Kids is operating out of that building, and we gave them some space because they give our kids snack bags on the weekends, and they are temporarily displaced because they're building a new facility at First Baptist Church to house that program, and so they're using it right now, and we feel like those snack bags are so important to our kids. So that will be taken care of very soon. Matthews will be taken care of very soon. We do by law have to offer, if we're going to keep the building, we have to offer the building to a charter school first. That's in statute. And then after that, if they're not interested, then we will open it up to community organizations that might want to purchase the building for fair market value. If no one is interested in the building, we will not leave a vacant building. We will demolish it and make green space.
Kathy, to follow up on that, because it's been discussed over the last few weeks in some of these community meetings, and I know we can't go into detail because it's in suit, but explain why the process of specifically Jackson and Guadalupe did not happen in shorter order? Because I
Certainly.
think that's a valid reason, but I'm not sure the community knows that.
So we have a hail claim in process right now. We were not, I want to be careful not to say too much because this is involving litigation, but we are working to get a fair price to replace some of our roofs, and we had to get those cleared off of the inventory before we could do something with them.
So, since you said that, that brought another question to mind. I know we still have work to do, guys, so this will be my last question. So those buildings, I guess what I'm trying to get at, since they had hail damage, will we be able to get that money for the district since they were insured?
No,
That'll go to them?
Those have been negotiated already, so no.
Oh, really?
No.
Even though they were insured at the time before you got, really? Okay. It's unfortunate.
Okay, trustees, if it's okay with everyone, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We've been sitting here for 3 hours, so I apologize. I think we need a little bio break for most of us, myself included. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and reconvene at 9:10. Trustees, if I can have you come back up here so that it's we are over time, so we can get our meeting reconvened, please. Okay, everyone, it's 9:14. We're reconvened from our short break. Before we start on Section 7, which is academic action items, I apologize to Ms. Patterson-Harris that I did not bring her back up to finish her 3 minutes on the posted agenda item at which she wanted to conclude her comments. So, Ms. Patterson-Harris, you may have 3 minutes. Can you make that happen? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I just want to make sure that you just have your time. So I apologize for not.
It's just my main concern, and I know that you've heard from some of the parents. If you had the opportunity to attend any of the community meetings, parents are concerned about not being involved. So are folks on the focus committee. We're rushed in what we're given. We're given only, even though I hear a few minutes ago that they've extended the amount of time for us to review stuff. Still, we don't get material until we get there. So we're asked to make decisions on something that we just got 30 to 45 minutes ago. Prior, we were only given 7 minutes to discuss things or have questions. I've given 3 minutes here, and it's going up like crazy. So 7 minutes is the same way. My concern is that, and I stated earlier, we've done this before. There's been a decline in enrollment for years now. Things were done about it because those are the other consolidations that I spoke of earlier with regard to creating Irving, creating Murphy, McCool, and Dupree. So it was recognized. So my concern is, going forward, when we know information is vital, why not take a look at it, include the citizens who are a part of the community, and begin engaging them in that fashion? I think there's more engagement needed, and I hear that it's going to happen because I did the same thing the other night, saying we can't be confined in groups to make decisions. So I have only 6 or 7 other people that I can talk to when there's a room of over 100. I hear tell, thank you, that that's going to change. It won't affect where we are now. But those are the things that we have to take into consideration when we're looking at making major decisions. I understand the budget deal. Believe me, I do. I understand making decisions that people are not excited about. But having times of engagement for them, including them, is a huge part of making a difference with that, making it go down smoother, give you a little bit of sugar. People want to know what's going on and be a part of making that decision come to fruition, whatever it is. They may not like it in the end, but if they've had a voice as a part of it, then it makes it a little bit easier for them to deal with. That's how I felt as a member of the Focus Committee. I've not felt that I could meet that charge of prioritizing the needs of all Lubbock ISD students and make decisions that will enable them to receive a primary education because I didn't have all the information. I had not heard from the parents until after a few meetings. Then we started having the community meetings and the citizens came out and were able to voice their opinions. Let's not do that to people. It's important that you hear from them, not only just hear from them, but also hear from them. And also with the folks that you asked to give of their time on those evenings to be a part of a focus group. I thank you so much for allowing me again to come and complete, but it is very vital. I've been in your seat before. It's not a good seat all the time, but if you work with your citizens, if you engage them and have them be a part of whatever group is making the decision, I guarantee you get a little bit more support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
Okay, we'll move into item 7, academic action items. First item is approval of the Head Start grant application for the program year beginning March 1st, 2025. Dr. Rullo?
Yes, so we are very excited. This is a continuation grant and it's not competitive, so we should be able to get these funds. I want to speak to grants. We apply for almost any grant we possibly can to continue to support our kids and our programs, and Head Start is one of those. So this grant is for $4.5 million to serve 540 students in our Head Start programs, which are part of our pre-K programs. We do have a requirement to match those funds with $1.149 million, and that is those are non-federal funds that are used to provide goods, services, building, transportation, personnel costs, those things that support our Head Start pre-Ks. I want to take a moment and thank Joni Rodella. She is our new early childhood coordinator, and I just want to brag on her for a moment. She has stepped into this role and has done some phenomenal work. So Joni, we are grateful for you. Thank you for what you do.
You took the bulls by the horns and went running. Thank you. You've helped me tremendously during the summer with these students. Thank you.
Questions, comments, trustees? All right, do you have a motion to approve the Head Start grant application for the program year beginning March 1st, 2025 as presented?
So moved.
You have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Approval of Head Start required procedures and plans. More Head
Yes,
Start.
so this also requires board approval. You've had in your packet the annual report, program information report, and community assessment updates, and we just need your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the Head Start reports as presented. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0.
The
Thank you.
evening threw you off.
Yeah, I mean, kind of went out of order there. Sorry. Approval of resolution for extracurricular status of 4-H organization and adjunct faculty designation. Dr. Rollo.
Yes, so this is a requirement of the 4-H organization. So we are just asking you to approve their adjunct faculty designation. These are not paid employees. These are volunteers who work with our students who are involved in 4-H, but it does require board approval.
4-H on all campuses, all grade levels?
It's just certain, it's not a district-sponsored activity, but they still require.
And it's outside the school day, but every once in a while a student misses school with an excused absence, and that's part of the agreement that we
So
have
no
to.
penalty.
So that's the reason for the board
So that
approval.
if they're going to a
Okay.
4-H activity, that they're not counted absent.
Okay, that was a clarification I was going to ask. Thank
Okay.
you.
Do you have a motion to approve the resolution for extracurricular status of 4-H organization and adjunct faculty designation?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Consideration and approval of revision to board policy FDB local admissions, intra-district transfers, and classroom assignments. Dr. Rollo.
Yes, before I present this, I would like to share that this is an example of trustees hearing from community members and us making changes to policy. Our athletic transfer policy has always been much stricter than the UIL transfer policy. UIL says that if a varsity student transfers to another school for athletic purposes, they have to sit out a varsity play for 365 days. But our policy was much, much more restrictive. They were never eligible if they transferred schools. We made a change last December and allowed them to go back to their home campus. But from hearing from the community, we know that our families really want, the purpose of the transfer policy was well intended and served its purpose for the time. But parents and students now, we offer so many different choices for students in our district that we wanted to hear their feedback and make some adjustments to the policy that reflect giving the students more opportunity. If it's not a good fit to the high school they're attending, then they could go back to another school of their choice, but they have to sit out 365. That is not in our control, that is UIL. But this gives them an opportunity. So I want to thank Mike Meeks and his team for being open to making some changes. We appreciate his work on this and happy to answer any questions.
I just, not a question, but a statement / make sure you, I guess we're on the same page. Much like with the, with the amendment we made, I think it was at the end of the fall last year, that became immediately eligible. Not not on top of UIL rules, still following UIL rules, but then so long as they met that barrier, they became immediately eligible. The way I read this is the exact same way, that as long as they've met that threshold as of tomorrow, that is the way that I would like it, I guess, from my perspective.
That's correct. If
Yeah.
a student is sitting out for 365 now, then they will have,
Yeah.
and they sit out for this whole year, then they will have served
Okay.
their 365.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it will align with UIL, is what we're saying.
Yeah,
It
but
will
what-
align.
Yeah, my question was, does the
Timing.
365 start today,
Date,
or
no,
does
or.
it end
It's
today?
retroactive.
Right.
And Mike's saying it's retroactive, just like the policy we
Like
changed.
it was before.
It would be,
Yes.
yeah, align, to align us with UIL.
I know the old football coach out there may not love this per se with respect to our feeder patterns, and I respect that, and I just want to thank you and Jolie, because, you know, some of the conversations we were having in other agenda items tonight are because we need more students. And so I don't think kids should get a free pass, and I don't think this is a free pass, but I think this gives an opportunity to keep kids in LISD. And so
To be fair.
just like our schools need to recruit for their schools, I think our coaches need to, you know, love on kids to where they want to stay in those programs. They want to go from middle school to high school. And so I appreciate you and Jolie for your willingness to work through this, and the smile while you did it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? All right, do I have a motion to approve the revisions to Board Policy FDB Local Admissions, Intra-District Transfers, and Classroom Assignments as presented?
I so move.
Wow, not a lot. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Okay.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you, motion carries 7-0. Okay, Section 8, Administrative Action Items. Approval of classification of fund balance. Dr. Wilkins.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. And the sheet that you have in front of you is what you've seen at the Finance Committee meeting, and it is our designation of fund balance. The designation we did discuss, we will have 2.75 months remaining in our fund balance. This will cover our teacher incentive allotment, CT exams, health plan infusion, deficit budget, health claim, and campus renovations. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You said, what did you just say about 2 point what?
2.75 will be the remaining.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Questions? All right. Do I have a motion to approve the proposal for fund balance as listed on the fund balance classification for fiscal year 2024-25?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Approval of our 2023-2024 annual financial and compliance report.
Okay. Yes, I have Trey Rowe here with us with BSGM, and he is here to present our audit. He's already gave a brief overview to you guys in the Finance Committee, but he's going to give an overview now. So thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Dwayne. Good evening, Board of Trustees, administrators. I'm going to be pretty brief tonight. I know it's been a long evening, still going. So, you know, all of you were in attendance at the Finance Committee meeting. We did go over this in detail in that Finance Committee meeting. Spent a good amount of time going into detail, and so today I'm just here to present the final draft that you all should have. There's no changes to this final from the draft that we went over in the Finance Committee meeting, other than the change in designated fund balance that Dr. Wilkins just mentioned. So with that, we had an unmodified, clean opinion on the financial statements. We had a report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance required by government auditing standards, and there was no findings to report there. We had a major, we had your single audit for your federal and your state So those looked at major programs in each one of those areas. We had no findings to report there. For the federal program, we looked at all your ESSER funds, and for the state, we looked at ECI and no findings to report. So overall, the audit went smoothly. We did the field work in August, and that process went good. We appreciate all of the accounting staff, all the departments involved in that. Adana, especially, as she's kind of our contact person that helps run the audit through her. So, and of course Dwayne as well. So we appreciate having a fairly a good set of books to look at and review and audit and give you this clean report. So, and we also, appreciate serving the district in this capacity. The reason we're looking at this today is because the audit report does have to be approved by the board and submitted to TEA. Since you're junior end, it needs to be submitted by the end of this month. So we're looking to do that tomorrow. So any questions, any additional questions from the overview we went through earlier, or any other new questions that you've come up with as far as the audit goes?
So I think it's important for the public to know, you stated clean report, correct?
That's right.
No findings.
That's
and
right.
then I guess elaborate a little bit more on the adjustments with respect to, were there adjustments because we're not doing a good job? Or there adjustments because we're putting it in the wrong category, like for the folks that are listening?
Right. There are adjustments that are needed from the initial trial balance that we get in August when we start the field work to get to our audited financial statements that we're given a clean opinion on. A lot of those adjustments are timing related. The state near final doesn't come out until September, so that number's not known until after we've even finished our work out here. And then there's there's a lot of entries that are probably immaterial that we make to kind of help the accounting department and keep things clean going forward. But overall, we didn't have any individual adjustments that we considered significant enough to cause a finding. And looking at them as a whole, we also did not feel that there was a finding related to any of those items.
I guess, again, for the folks who maybe don't deal with audits, adjustments, your typical timing adjustments, or putting it maybe in a different bucket because of when you got the money, that is a normal process of any audit that has gone through, correct?
Yes. Yeah, and that does speak to largely timing and just, there has been some transition in the accounting department, but there has always been adjustments needed ever since we've been doing this audit. So a school district is not like some of our other industries where you can possibly not have any adjusting entries. Yeah. Every school, I guarantee every school district has adjusting entries.
And that's what I was getting at. As far as the adjustments that we reviewed, they're for the size of the dollars and the number of accounts, there was nothing out of the ordinary in the vast
Nothing that
majority
raised concern to give us caution that the internal controls were not adequate or anything like that.
Good.
Just a comment, Dr. Rollo, I would ask that as soon as this is stamped approved, that we get it on the website with the attachments and exhibits. It's been brought up in the community meetings. I think them being able to see our full audit from last year is
and in bilingual.
Good for them.
Yeah, and just to note also, I mentioned submitting it to TEA. Every school district in the state is required to submit their audit to TEA, and it's available on TEA's website as soon as we've uploaded it. So you can go back years and look at every school district, including Lubbock, on TEA's website as well.
Okay, do you have a motion to approve the annual financial compliance report for the Lubbock Independent School District for the 2023-2024 fiscal year?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Carries 7-0. Approval of resolution casting votes for Lubbock Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. Thank you, Trey.
Yes, so in a previous meeting, we nominated folks for the Central Appraisal District Board of Directors, and now it's time for us to cast our votes. Lubbock ISD is the second largest, has the second largest number of votes of the taxing entities, the cities and school districts. And in the past, this board has typically just divided our number of votes among the nominees, but we are up for your discussion and consideration of what you would like to do.
I guess, is there anything different from, we talked about reviewing this in more detail down the road, but that would have been on the front side with the people. Is there anything different about this year, like additional, are there additional nominations outside of these folks that we nominated that they are competing against?
No.
Does that make sense?
No, these are
as
the
far
ones,
as how we.
yes. So they compile the
didn't see that.
nominations from the taxing entities, and these are the ones that we have to choose. All of these groups have to choose from.
Yeah.
There are actually, though, 3 members that are voted on, right?
That is newer.
New,
in
3
statute.
additional
There are
members.
3 people who were
plus
elected to this board.
Appraisal district.
And is that annually, every 2 years? Does anybody know what that term is?
I don't know.
I don't.
That's something we
Good
can
question.
explore.
Anyway, just know that.
We could get that
that's-
answered to you, though.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the resolution casting votes for Lubbock Central Appraisal District Board of Director candidates as presented?
So moved.
Just for clarification, are you
Yeah,
saying
that's what-
you want to divide the votes as evenly as we can among the 5?
Anybody have?
That's what we had talked
Yeah,
about.
discussed
We had
that.
said we were going to do that.
Discussed.
Okay.
Do we need to
Yeah.
re-motion that?
Yeah.
Dividing?
Yeah.
Okay, let me reread that motion then. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution of casting votes equitably among the 5 candidates for the Lubbock Central Appraisal District Board of Director candidates as discussed?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. A motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
And just know we have an even number of votes and we have an odd number of nominees. And
Right.
so there'll be one that has 1 vote.
Okay.
Dr.
Not
Rhodes,
Sonny Garza, okay? I like him.
just for the record, for you and Dwayne, if we can make sure that the fall next year, biannual nominations, that we get a heads up, say 90
Absolutely.
days out from when we have to make nominations for whatever the board makeup is at that time. I think that needs to be done moving forward.
I agree 100%.
Because I think we just now got clarification on that this time around. I didn't know before that we could do that.
It wasn't on our radar until
Yeah.
the newly elected people are on there, and they were pushing to.
If somebody will calendar that,
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
important.
We've got that.
Okay, section 9, item 9, procurement and contracts, approval of district purchases. Rick Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bridges. Just one item for your consideration this evening. It's with Texas Tech. It's an interlocal agreement for using the LASSO grant funds to provide Cavazos Middle School kiddos to experience the working with Texas Tech work and staff for the fall of 2024 and spring of 25 semesters using the Effective Schools framework.
Okay, any questions?
You did say grant funds, LASSO, the LASSO grant, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with it? I learned a lot this time. I mean, yesterday, that's what we talked about.
All right, do I have a motion to approve the district purchase as presented?
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Miles. Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
7-0. Okay, approval of district contract renewals. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again, Ms. Bridges. So we have 4 items for your consideration on the contract renewals. First 2 we recently discussed at the previous Finance and Operations meeting, your wellness program with IA Wellness. That's our wellness program for our employees to take advantage of the biometric screening, the wellness education program, and diabetes management. And you notice it's year 3 of 5, and so we still have a couple of years left on that contract. The second one is the health plan stop loss with Voya Financial. That's the stop loss insurance that has really been very well used this year. Both of those are coming out of the health fund and not out of 199. The next one is the interlocal agreement with Region 17. This is a portion of the renewal for Region 17 for, it was inadvertently left off, and that's why you see the small dollar amount. You probably won't see this item again. It will be included next year in the Region 17 big renewal that we just didn't realize this got left off. It's a big renewal. So anyway, that's what that's about. We were aware when we went to access this that we didn't have it, and so it's just cleaning that up. And then the final one is the ImageNet Consulting. That's our printing services for district-wide. You'll see that dollar amount is actually pretty small. Typically, our lease in previous years has been over $3 million. We have since paid for the equipment. The lease of the equipment is over. So what we're doing now is the maintenance contract because the machines are still working. This will be the second year that we've done that. We've been able to do that, which is saving the district, as you can see, millions of dollars. Instead of renewing and going out and getting new copiers, we're able to continue to use the copiers that we have. It's like you have a lease for a car. You've paid the lease off. You're going to still continue to use it. You still put gas in it. You still do the oil changes because it's still working. It's really no different than that. So it's a huge savings for us, and kudos to our technology department helping us maintain those types of contracts. So happy to answer any questions.
Not a question, but given some of our challenges currently and health insurance that we approved back in August, I think it's important, and I know you spoke of it, Rick, but for the teachers out there and for the staff that utilizes our insurance plans, this $1.9 million ensures that we are able to keep everybody on insurance and cover regardless of what happens to you or your dependents. And so that is an expense that goes towards trying to take care of our folks. I know it doesn't always feel like that, especially when it comes to health insurance, but I think it's important for staff to understand that dollar amount and what that does to make sure that they and their family have coverage.
Yeah, good point. Just specifically for the audience, so claims that go beyond $350,000. So if I'm an employee, and God forbid I have a health event that causes me to have an insurance claim that exceeds $350,000, the employee is going to pay their portion, and then the district picks up the rest of the cost moving forward. If it happens to exceed that $350,000, that's what this insurance policy goes through and helps cover, so that the district isn't held to whatever that claim, God forbid, is.
Mr. Curry, that's a great point. I appreciate you saying also on the wellness program. That's another great benefit. We have, in years past, through that wellness, those screenings, been able to discover things before they were a catastrophic problem. So that's another great benefit that employees are offered with the district health plan.
Absolutely. We continue to, and Lisa, I think Lisa's still here. Yeah. Lisa's still here. Lisa gets stories all the time from employees who call and thank because through the wellness screening there was an odd thing, and so the doctor said, well, let's go get this checked out, and we discovered something way earlier that we can get treated and taken care of, and so lots of potential lives being impacted by that.
In investing in our employees.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
And they take advantage of the well. You know,
sorry?
they take advantage of that well clinic
Yes.
and all that good stuff because you showed us that part. But I think it had been a different conversation today had we not done what we done with doing it half now. Totally different conversation today. So thanks for bringing that up, Ryan.
As y'all know, we discussed this in the finance operations. We survey our staff, and this is something that our staff really wants to keep. So we continue to ask for that.
All right, do you have a collective motion to approve the district contract renewals as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Approval of district construction purchases.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Final one item for your consideration on the construction purchases. This is, if you all recall, this is the HVAC systems for McWhorter, Roberts, and Waters elementary schools. And so remember, we took a method of delivery, brought to you for approval method of delivery. So this is actually the purchase of the materials that we need. And as you'll notice, it's coming out of bond money. So this is bond money that was approved from the I believe this was the 2018 bond. So we're still working on making the repairs to those facilities that were approved.
Do I have a motion to approve the district construction purchases as presented?
So move.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Carries 7-0. All right, executive closed session?
Very quick.
Okay, so an executive closed session will be held under the provisions of Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. It is 9:44 PM, and we're adjourned to closed session. 10:59 p.m. and we are reconvened from executive session. Closed session. Do we have any actions following closed session?
Yes.
Hearing none. It is 10:59 p.m. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for doing this at night.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I think that was.
It means it.